Hey guys, thanks for watching Bond Court. I would really appreciate it if
We're
you hit
getting
the
a
like
lot of
button and
feedback with
subscribe to my
just be
channel.
careful with your
Bond Court is
whoever's
now in
moving
session.
papers around on the near the mic. Careful with that. All right, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Mohammed Al Qahtani, April 2nd, 1994.
All right, Mr. Al-Qatani, you're here on an out-of-county warrant from Hernando County. You are going to be taken to Hernando County. Bond was set in your warrant at $2,000, so it's going to remain at $2,000, and you'll be transferred to Hernando County.
It's going to go up.
Best of luck to you, sir. All right. Devontae Anderson. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Can you state your name and date of birth?
12/29/92. Last name Anderson. First name Devontae.
All right, Mr. Anderson, you are here on several out-of-county warrants from Orange County. Bond, actually it's one warrant, count 1, robbery, count 2, grand theft, count 3, battery, count 4, criminal mischief. Bond was set in the warrant at $5,000 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2, no bond on count 3, and $500 on count 4. They'll remain at those amounts, and you're going to be transferred to Orange County. Okay? Best of luck to you, sir. I'm sorry? Okay, and the just to be clear for Mr. Anderson, the conditions are going to remain the same as in the warrants, no contact with the alleged victim. All right, Edwin Aponte Rodriguez.
This is a matter for the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning, this is Dalia Romero, Spanish interpreter on the line. Not sworn in yet, Your Honor.
All right, I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to interpret from English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability? So help you God?
Yes. Yes, I do. Dalia Romero, state certified Spanish interpreter.
All right, I've called Edwin Aponte Rodriguez, case number 23MM655. Sir, can you state your name and date of birth?
Muy buenos días, señor. ¿Nos puede decir su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento?
Edwin Aponte Rodríguez. Fecha de nacimiento 10 de noviembre del 81.
Edwin Aponte Rodriguez, 11/10/91.
All right, sir, I am appointing the public defender to represent you.
Bien, señor, le voy a designar el defensor público para que le represente.
You're here on a warrant arrest for assault.
Está aquí por una orden de detención por amenaza de agresión.
Probable cause was previously found in the warrant, and I concur with that conclusion.
Previamente se había hallado que habían causas que respaldaban la acusación y estoy de acuerdo con esa conclusión.
I'm going to set bond at $1,000.
Su fianza va a ser de $1,000.
As a condition of your bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You must maintain separate residences. You must not return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you are not to possess or use any weapons or firearms.
Bien, como condición de su libertad, usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto o comunicación con la alegada víctima. Tiene que mantenerse separado, viviendo separado de esta persona. No puede regresar al lugar de los hechos y no puede poseer o tener ningún tipo de armas de fuego o armas mortales.
And just to clarify, that will be with pretrial release. He qualifies, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Y esto es que va a tener que cumplir con el programa de servicios de antelación.
Anything further from the state?
Just the bond amount.
1,000.
Thank you.
$1,000 de fianza. Eso es todo. Gracias.
And I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings.
Se le permite regresar al lugar una sola ocasión acompañado de un oficial de la ley para retirar sus artículos personales. Solo una ocasión.
Anything further, defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, best of luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señor. Thank you.
Tempted to call the other interpreters, but do we have any additional interpreter cases, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, we have about 6 more.
Okay. What's the first one on your list?
The next one would be Johan Guerra Martinez.
All right, we'll call Mr. Martinez.
Señor Martínez. Yes.
Morning, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Nos puede decir su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Buenos días. Johan José Guerra Martínez, 11 de enero del 84.
Johan José Guerra Martínez, 1/11/84.
All right, one moment. I am finding your
Un
paperwork.
momento, por favor.
Was it near the? I didn't see it. Santiago. Rodriguez. Thank you. All right, sir. I am appointing the public defender to represent you.
Bien, señor, le voy a designar el defensor público para que le represente.
You're here on a charge of operating a motor vehicle without a driver's license.
Se le acusa de haber manejado un vehículo sin una licencia válida de conducir.
I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined there is probable cause for the charge.
Yo he repasado la affidavit acusatoria y hallo que hay causas que respaldan esa acusación.
I'm going to set a bond at $250.
Su fianza en este caso va a ser de $250.
State any position on the open charge. It's just, he's out on ROR on a driving without license.
Algo que el fiscal quiera decir en cuanto a la acusación que tiene aún pendiente de manejar sin una licencia válida y está bajo palabra.
State requests that you revoke the ROR and set a new bond on that case.
El fiscal pide que en el caso que ha tenido previamente se le revoque la libertad bajo palabra y se le imponga una fianza.
Defense, would you like to address that?
Defense would just request a low bond amount, Your Honor, on that other case.
All right. I will revoke on case 23 CT 1671 and set bond at $250.
La libertad bajo palabra en el caso 23 CT 1671 se le revoca y en ese caso también se le impone una multa de una fianza de $250.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
All right. Who do we have next for interpreters, counsel?
Cesar Morales, Your Honor.
All right. Cesar Morales. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Buenas tardes, señor. ¿Nos puede decir su nombre y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
César Morales, 5/25/94.
Cesar Morales, 5/25/94.
All right, sir. I am appointing the public defender to represent you You're here on a warrant arrest for violation of probation.
Bien, señor, yo le estoy designando la Oficina de Defensores Públicos para que les represente. Está aquí por un caso de incumplimiento de libertad vigilada.
Bond was set at 0. It's going to remain at 0 at this time.
No le dieron fianza y por el momento queda detenido sin fianza.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Our next interpreter case, counsel.
Carmen Nellis, Your Honor.
All right. Carmen Nellis.
Yes.
All right. She can approach.
President approaching.
Good afternoon, ma'am, or morning, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señora. ¿Nos puede decir su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Carmen Lucía Nellis, 28 de septiembre de 1987.
Carmen Lucía Nellis, 92787.
All right, Ms. Nellis, you are here on a charge of battery, touching, or striking.
Buenos días, señora Nellis. Usted está aquí por una acusación de agresión por haber golpeado o tocado a alguien.
I am appointing the public defender to represent you.
Le estoy designando el defensor público para que les represente.
I have reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge.
Yo determino que hay causas que respaldan la acusación.
I'm going to set bond at $1,000. As a condition of your release, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim.
Como condición de su libertad de la fianza, usted se le ordena no tener ningún tipo de contacto con la alegada víctima, no puede regresar al lugar de los hechos y tiene que mantenerse viviendo separado de la alegada víctima.
I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings.
Se le va a permitir regresar a la vivienda en una sola ocasión, acompañada con un policía, para retirar sus artículos personales.
Best of luck to you, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora.
Our next interpreter case.
Ruben Rios Rosa, Your Honor. In defense will waive formal reading of the charges.
Rubén Ríos Rosas y la abogada de la defensa pide que no se lean las acusaciones en voz alta.
All right. Good morning, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Nos puede decir su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Rubén Río Rosa, 14 de julio del 64.
Rubén Ríos Rosas, 7/14/64.
Okay, sir, I am appointing the public defender to represent you.
Bien, señor, le voy a designar el defensor público para que le represente.
You're here on a warrant arrest, so probable cause has previously been found.
Usted está aquí en una orden de arresto. Previamente se había hallado que habían causas que respaldaban la acusación.
State this is not PBL, correct?
No, Your Honor. Per the teletype, it says there are conditions listed, and the state would ask that those conditions remain. No contact with the victim, no contact with any minor, no return to the scene, and then it does indicate that the bond is to be set by the judge at IACE.
Right.
Bien, la abogada de la Fiscalía dice que hay unas condiciones que se mantienen vigentes, que incluyen que no tenga contacto con la alegada víctima, no tenga contacto con menores de edad, no regresar al lugar de los hechos.
All right, so bond is going to be set at $20,000.
Bien, la fianza en este caso va a ser de $20,000.
As a condition of those bonds, the same conditions will apply. No contact with the alleged victim, no return to the scene, and no unsupervised contact with any minor.
Las condiciones se mantienen igual de esta fianza, que incluyen no tener contacto con la alegada víctima, no tener ningún contacto sin supervisión con menores de edad y no regresar al lugar de los hechos.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Who's next?
Next is Nashali Rivera Del Val, Your Honor.
All right.
They marked him up. They say he's too powerful.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señora. ¿Nos puede decir
The ad-
fecha de nacimiento?
Mayo 18 del 95.
Nashabli Rivera, 5/18/95.
All right. I am appointing the public defender to represent you today.
Le designo el defensor público para que le represente en el día de hoy.
You are here on a charge of driving while license suspended, third subsequent violation.
Usted está aquí por la acusación de haber manejado con una licencia suspendida, una tercera causa que se le ha impuesto.
State, I have that indicated that she meets the criteria for violent felony offender of special concern. My understanding is that I cannot give a bond in that context, or what's that signify?
I believe you still can give a bond, but the state would like to bring it to the attention of the court that she has already gotten 2 previous convictions for driving while license suspended or revoked. And the violent felony offender of special concern just indicates that her criminal record is troubling.
El juez ha pedido una explicación de la fiscalía y aparentemente están pidiendo que se tome en consideración que usted es considerada como un ofensor violento, reincidente, y la preocupación de la fiscalía es que tiene condenas previas de haber manejado con una licencia suspendida y el historial penal es bastante serio.
Do you have a position as to what bond should be, State?
Yes, Your Honor. We would just ask that the bond be stayed at $2,500.
Se le pregunta en cuanto a la cantidad de la fianza y la fiscal pide que se mantengan los $2,500.
All right, so I will set state bond at $2,500.
Bien, la fianza es de $2,500.
Anything further from the state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? All right. Best of luck to you, ma'am.
Nada más de la defensa o la fiscalía.
Taking any action on the probation case that she's out on? I mean, that she's on probation?
What? I don't think I have that. Let me look at it. Just a moment.
El social del programa ha preguntado si se va a tomar alguna acción en el caso que está bajo probatoria, libertad vigilada actualmente. Un momento, el juez está chequeando.
Okay, I see it. 19 CF 1423, aggravated assault with a weapon without intent. State, any position?
Yes, Your Honor.
El juez pregunta a la fiscal si tiene cuál es la postura del Estado en cuanto al caso por el cual está en libertad vigilada, que es de amenaza de agresión con un arma, 19 CF 1423.
Since she's on probation, probation will make the determination whether or not to violate her.
So you're not requesting an on-view violation?
No, not at this time, Your Honor.
Va a quedar a discreción del oficial de probatoria si van a hacer un caso de incumplimiento de probatoria. Por el momento, la fiscal no está pidiendo que se le incumpla la probatoria.
All right, so I will not take any action, and probation can determine if it's appropriate to file for VOP.
No voy a tomar ninguna acción en el caso por el cual está en probatoria. Ellos pueden determinar si van a hacer un caso de incumplimiento.
Have a good day, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora. Eso es todo.
Jorge Rodriguez Rivera.
Okay. morning, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Nos puede decir su nombre y fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Jorge Rodríguez Rivera, febrero 2 del 83.
Jorge Rodriguez Rivera, February 2nd, 83.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez Rivera, I am appointing the public defender to represent you.
Bien, señor Rodríguez Rivera, se le está designando el defensor público para que le represente.
You're here on a charge of violation of probation.
Está aquí por un caso de incumplimiento de libertad vigilada.
Bond was set at 0. It's going to remain at 0 at this time.
No se le dio fianza en este caso y por el momento queda detenido sin fianza.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Okay. Madam Interpreter, would you mind just confirming that nobody else needs an interpreter for us?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguna otra persona que vaya a necesitar los servicios de un intérprete? Si hay alguien más, levanten su mano, por favor.
There's one more, Your Honor.
All right.
Mario Uloa.
Mario, what? Sorry?
Uloa, Your Honor.
Okay. One moment. All right, sir, can you state your name and date of birth?
Señor, nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Mario Ulloa, 10 del 26 del 78.
Mario Ulloa, 10/26/78.
All right, sir, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of petty theft.
Bien, señor, se le está designando el defensor público para que le represente. Está aquí por una acusación de hurto menor.
I have reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined there is probable cause for the charge.
He repasado la affidavit acusatoria y hallo que hay causas que respaldan esta acusación.
State any objection to direct. He qualifies for direct PTR with no bond. Is that correct?
State has no objection to PTR.
All right, so I will order direct pretrial release with no bond. As a condition of release, he's not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Bien, se le va a permitir salir de la cárcel bajo el programa de servicios de antelación sin tener que pagar una fianza monetaria. Condiciones es que no puede regresar al lugar de los hechos.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
All right, Madam Interpreter, thank you for your time.
You're welcome, Your Honor. I'll
We'll call back
wait for your call for Orange.
Yes.
Yes.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, Kimberly Caldwell.
Your Honor, I was not, just for the court's awareness and for the record, I was not provided with an affidavit for a violation of probation. I conducted a search on Benchmark and also could not locate one. I'm not sure whether the court and the state have an affidavit or something alleging a violation, but defense was unable to locate that.
I do not have it. I have just the information regarding the outstanding warrant. State, do you have any additional information?
Your Honor, I just have the Osceola wanted person table that indicates there is a warrant. I don't have the supporting affidavit. This is for Kimberly Caldwell, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Caldwell, let me just, Ms. Caldwell, can you state your name and date of birth?
Kimberly Caldwell, November 21st, 1972.
All right, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a warrant arrest for violation of probation. Counsel, you were about to say something. I apologize for interrupting.
Your Honor, our defense was just going to make a probable cause argument as to the violation of probation.
if it's an active warrant, probable cause has already been found. Of course, I don't have the warrant, but
Yes, Your Honor, I don't have it, you have it, the state doesn't have it. I inquired with pretrial release, they don't have it. All we have is an affidavit that says the officer did a check and confirmed there was a warrant. Your Honor, maybe there was a mistake on the part of the officer looking into the case and the warrant number. I was unable to find a warrant or an affidavit alleging a violation of probation.
do we have anything
Just
additional?
one moment. I may have found the warrant.
Okay. State is indicating she may have located the warrant, so just bear with us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nope, that was just a motion signed by another judge. The state would request 24 hours to find this warrant.
Do you want to can we call her at the conclusion?
Yeah, we can do that.
Just to see if, because I'm a little reluctant to say 24 hours if it's just a mistake, and then she's hanging out in jail. So let's return to Ms. Caldwell's case, and we'll see if perhaps we can locate something. I don't know if you have somebody you can contact to see if there is a warrant. So we'll return to your case in a moment, Ms. Caldwell.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Darren Collier. All right, Mr. Collier, you state your name and date of birth.
Darren Collier, 12/29/1968.
All right, Mr. Collier, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you this morning. You're here on a charge of battery. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond at $500. As a condition of your bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You must maintain separate residences. You are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms, and you are not to use or consume any alcohol. Did you catch that? Alcohol. Do they reside together? Does he need a one-time return?
I live there. We're married, but I have nowhere else to go. I don't know nobody down here, and I have to be. I start work Monday.
I understand that, sir. Without a victim here to understand the dynamics of what's going on, I'm not going to change what I've ordered, but you're free to file a motion with the division judge who's assigned to your case to modify the terms of your release. But at this time, the conditions will remain as is, and I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings. And then we also have the issue of he's out on probation on case 22 MM 1029. State, do you have any position on that case?
Yes, Your Honor. State would be requesting that he be removed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The state would request a revocation of that bond or release.
Well, it's probation.
Yeah, all I do is just pay the fine. That's all I do.
Okay. Sorry, I misheard. So he's just on probation?
Yes.
There's no VOP? Okay, we'll let probation handle that then. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm not going to do an on-view violation at this time, but probation can address whether or not to take action in that regard. So best of luck to you, Mr. Collier.
Thank you. Enjoy the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Case number? All right, DeAndre Conway.
He's present approaching, Your Honor, and I have a probable cause argument.
Okay. All right, good morning, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Good morning, sir. My name is DeAndre Conway, birthday 12/3/91.
All right, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. He's here on two cases or one case? I was a little confused because the charges are very similar. Is it two separate cases?
My understanding is two separate cases, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so on the first case, which is case, I don't know if we have a case number yet. Well, in the first case, the charge is trafficking in fentanyl, 4 grams or more, possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, and use of a display or carrying of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Counsel, you have a probable cause argument?
Yes, Your Honor. As to that first case, as Your Honor mentioned, this appears to be two separate cases with same or similar charges and deriving from the same fact pattern. This first case is in regards to room 22 at the address mentioned in the affidavit. The affidavit mentions that there was another individual staying in room 222 by himself, that the things found in room 222 leading to these charges were all specific to room 222, Your Honor, and that another individual was placed under arrest and charge for these things in room 222. So I'm not sure if there was a mistake on the part of the officers or confusion as to the names. But defense would argue that it appears Mr. Conway is being charged with two separate cases for the same set of facts, Your Honor.
And the charges that I just read, let me make sure we're all on the same page. Which room are we, what is your understanding of which room those charges apply to?
My understanding is that one case has 7 charges, Your Honor, and the other case has 5 charges. This case is the one with 7, and those derive from room 222, where the other individual is staying. Mr. Conway was not staying in this room, Your Honor. And another individual, according to the affidavit, was arrested and charged for the things in room 222. That's what's alleged or noted by the officer at the end of the affidavit, but then the first page has the name of Mr. Conway. So I'm not sure if there was a mistake as to the names, but that's confusing to me as well.
State any clarification you can provide us with?
One moment, Your Honor.
I do see in the affidavit that the indication that Ruby advised that she stays in 221 with boyfriend DeAndre Conway. I guess, is there anything in the affidavit connecting Mr. Conway to 222?
Yes, Your Honor. At the time officers arrived, Edwin Santiago and Alexandria Pimueli both exited room 222. That's in the first paragraph. So
But we're on Mr. Conway.
yes. So I'm not sure which charges are supposed to go with which room and if they charge this wrong. The state, if we can't get this sorted today, the state would ask for 24 hours to clarify. Based off of the affidavit, there is enough to find probable cause for the items found in room 221, as the defense indicated.
Let me just cross-reference the charges to see, to make sure that the charges that I just announced are in fact related to 222. So fentanyl. Really, as I see it, and y'all can tell me otherwise, the only difference between the two cases is one has an additional charge of cocaine and marijuana, Otherwise, they're the same. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. The affidavit is pretty clear. Room 22, which would be the fourth paragraph of the affidavit, has the additional charges of cocaine and marijuana, and those are specific to only room 222, which is the room where a different individual was staying, Your Honor. So essentially, Mr. Conway is being charged for everything in room 221 and 222 with these two separate cases.
Understood. Then the charges that I read out first, that, as I understand it, is from 221, because there's only 5 charges that I additionally read out, and so on those I will find probable cause.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So since we're going to address that case, I did have a probable cause argument as to one of those charges as well.
Okay, understood. And what is the specific?
It's for count number 5, Your Honor. Use or display of a firearm during the commission of a felony under Florida Statute 790.07, subsection 2. The statute requires that the defendant displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use, or carried a weapon or firearm that was concealed during the commission of a felony. The statute further defines concealed weapon as any weapon carried on or about a person in such a manner as to conceal the weapon from the ordinary sight of another person. However, the charging affidavit indicates that the firearms located were one in a dresser drawer and the others in a black safe, Your Honor. So defense would argue that the fact that the firearms were in a drawer and in a safe does not meet the definition for displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use, or carried and concealed, Your Honor. So defense would argue there's no probable cause as to count number 5.
Well, I thought you might raise that, and I looked it up, and so to me it turns on whether carrying, because there's no evidence, there's nothing in there indicating use, threaten to use, display, etc. So where did you say the definition of carry was?
It was the definition of carry, Your Honor. Under subsection 1B, the statute says that the defendant carried a weapon or firearm that was concealed from the ordinary sight of another person. And then the statute defines concealed weapon as any metallic knuckles, tear gas, gun, chemical weapon, or device carried on or about a person in such a manner as to conceal the weapon from the ordinary sight of another person. There was no weapon found on the person of Mr. Conway. It was merely...
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. Can you just give me the site for where that definition of concealed is?
This is coming from the Florida jury instructions, Your Honor, from the Florida bar site for Florida statute 790.07, subsection 1 and subsection 2.
Okay, so it's not a defined term in the statute, it's just that's from a jury instruction?
It is from the jury instruction, Your Honor, yes.
All right. State any response?
I'm not sure whether there's a specific definition under the statute itself, but if Your Honor would give me a moment, I can check and see.
Sure, and I don't think there is. That may be coming from some cases or something, but State, do you have a response?
Yes, Your Honor, just that if you don't find probable cause for the use, display of a firearm, we would be asking that you find probable cause for possession of a firearm by convicted felon.
Yeah, it's already in there, and I didn't take her to be challenging that.
Then it's duplicitous. I don't.
Right.
We just ask you to find PC for that one, and.
Okay. So, all right. So here's what we're going to do on count 1, trafficking in fentanyl. I'll find probable cause. Bond will be set at $75,000. On count 2, possession of a controlled substance, I'll find probable cause. Bond will be set at $2,500. Count 3, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, find probable cause. Bond will be set at $500. Count 4, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, I'll find probable cause and set bond at $5,000. And I'll find no probable cause on count 5 for use or display and ROR on that count. As a condition of bond, he's not to use or possess any weapons or firearms, not to possess or use any drugs or non-prescription medications, and you're not to have any contact with the alleged co-defendants. All right, so then let's just, for the record, announce the next case. You're here on charge, 1 count of trafficking in cocaine, 1 count of trafficking in fentanyl, 1 count of possession of controlled substance without prescription, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, and 1 count of possession of marijuana under 20 grams, 1 count of possession of a weapon or ammo by a convicted felon, and 1 count of use or display of a firearm by a convicted felon. And as I understand it, these charges relate to the items discovered in room 222. And I understand your position on that, Ms. Anderson. State, what's your position? Let me just ask you that.
Yes, Your Honor. The state does agree with defense that there seems to be a discrepancy in the affidavit as to who was in room 222. So Mr. Conway already has bonds on the first case. So we would be requesting that if you find no PC,
just ROR.
Just ROR this case.
All right, so I'll find no probable cause for those counts, and he'll be ROR'd on those counts. Of course, if there's additional information the state becomes aware of, they're free to file or take whatever actions necessary in that regard. So anything further from the defense with respect to Mr. Conway? State?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conway.
Will you be taking any action on the case that he's on probation on?
22 CF 279, possession of cocaine with intent to sell, VOP. State, any position?
We'll leave it at the court's discretion.
Defense, you want to address?
Defense would just ask that the court allow probation to handle that if there's a violation to be found.
Given the nature of the charge and the allegations in this affidavit, I'm going to make a finding of an on-view violation and set bond at 0, and he can address that with the division judge.
What was that case number, Your Honor?
22 CF 279.
Thank you.
All right. Best of luck, Mr. Conway. Matthew Glover.
He's present and approaching, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Glover, can you state your name and date of birth? All right, Mr. Glover, I am appointing the public defenders to represent you today. You're here on a charge of possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, possession of drug paraphernalia, and providing a false name or identification by an arrestee. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charges. Bond on count 1 will be set at $1,000. Count 2, $250. Count 3, $250. As a condition of your bond, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. Best of luck to you, Mr. Glover.
Will you be taking any action on the case that he's out on bond?
23 CF 1782, possession of cocaine. State.
We'll leave that one at the court's discretion as well.
What is his bond? Do we know? Does anybody know his bond?
I'm checking, Your Honor. It looks like it was $2,500.
I'm not going to take any action at this time on the open case. Best of luck to you, sir. All right, Christopher Hazley.
Your Honor, he refused. Would you allow 24-hour reset?
Yes, we'll do a 24-hour reset. Just one, though. Yeah. Edwin Lopez Rivera. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Edwin Lopez Rivera, May 2nd, 1975.
All right, sir, you're here on a counsel. Do you want a formal reading of the charges?
Defense will waive formal reading of the charges, Your Honor.
All right, you're here on an arrest warrant. Probable cause was previously found. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. PTR, he qualifies for direct PTR, is that right? State any objection to direct PTR with no bond?
No, Your Honor, this is Lopez Rivera, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, no objection.
All right, so I'm going to order direct pretrial release with no bond. Anything further from the state?
Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Best of luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, I was able to find some information on the Kimberly Caldwell case.
Okay. Would you like to call it now? Or?
Yeah, we can recall her.
All right, so we're going to recall Ms. Caldwell, Kimberly Caldwell. All right, welcome back, Ms. Caldwell. State you have some information.
Yes, Your Honor. As defense indicated, I was unable to find a warrant for this individual, but I was able to see that she completed all of the terms of her probation except for her monetary requirements, so any fees and stuff that she owes to the court. That's the only thing she has left to do, and she did set herself up on a payment plan earlier this month. So the state has no issue with letting Ms. Caldwell go. She seems to be on top of her stuff, and she is on a payment plan, so I don't think that holding her here is any benefit to anyone, given that I can't find a warrant.
Whose case is it? Just by chance, do you know?
Sanders.
Morency?
Yes.
Okay. I take it, defense, there's no objection to that.
Yes, Your Honor. No objection.
All right, so I will release her ROR, and y'all can follow up as to whether or not there is or is not a warrant. Okay. Best of luck to you, Miss Caldwell.
Thank you.
Hey guys, thanks for watching Bond Court. I would really appreciate it if you hit the like button and subscribe to my channel.
Norberto
Bond
Jesus
Court is now
Luciano.
in session.
President approaching, Your Honor.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Norberto Jesus Luciano, December 9, 1990.
All right, sir. I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of violation of a injunction for protection against domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond at $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim, and you must comply with all terms of the domestic violence injunction that is currently in place. There is an open case, 2019 CF 3242, false imprisonment. My understanding that relates to the same alleged victim. State, do you have any position? He's on VOP. It's not an open case. He's on probation.
Okay, we'll let probation handle that one as well. What's the case number?
2019 CF 3242.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm not going to take any action on that at this time. Probation will address whether or not to violate. Best of luck to you, Mr. Luciano. All right, Julio Santiago. Good morning, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Santiago, February 16, 1987.
All right, Mr. Santiago, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of battery. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim. I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings. Anything further from state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
Do you need these back or no?
No, I got one from
Just for the record, Your Honor, Mr. Santiago was indicating that the alleged victim is planning to leave the residence permanently, but I advised him that he can follow up with his attorney for a motion to modify the order, if and when that happens.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Donald Sluion.
First name is Donald, last name is Sloan, 05291997.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of battery. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to give you a bond of $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You must not return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim. And I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings. Anything further, state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah,
We're ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right, Michaela Spinks.
And approaching.
Michaela Spinks, August 12, 2002.
All right, Ms. Spinks, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You are here on a warrant arrest for violation of probation. Bond was set at 0. It's going to remain at 0 at this time. Best of luck to you, Ms. Spinks. Jody Straw.
I'm Jody Lee Straw, date of birth 10/29/1982.
All right, Ms. Straw, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. It's a warrant arrest, so probable cause has previously been found. Was there a bond in the warrant? I was trying to make sense of this one.
Yes.
$1,000. Okay, I see it. And it's a capias. Okay, so bond was set at 1,000. It's going to remain at 1,000, and the conditions will remain as previously stated: not to possess or consume alcohol, drugs, or controlled substance without a prescription, not to possess any weapons or firearms. There is an open case as well, 23 CF 612, possession of drug paraphernalia and controlled substances. State any position. She's out on bail.
Yes, Your Honor. Since she's out on bail on similar charges, we would ask. Wait, is it the same? Is it different? Okay. Yes, the state would be requesting that bond be revoked.
Defense, anything you'd like to add in that regard?
Defense would just ask that Your Honor take no action on that. If Your Honor does decide to revoke bond, defense would just request a new bond amount, Your Honor.
All right. At this time, I'm going to revoke, given that it's the same charge and very close in time. I'm going to revoke and set it 0. And if you would like to have a new bond, you can seek that out from the trial judge.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Best of luck to you, Ms. Straw. All right. Rodolfo Swindle.
Hello, my name is Rodolfo Swindle, date of birth 2/27/97.
Is there any way we can move that? I can't see their face when they. Is there any way we can move that little block over there? Is that always there? You see how they're showing our
face?
Yeah, it's not a big deal, but all right. Good afternoon, sir. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on one count of burglary with assault or battery, one count of dealing in stolen property, one count of grand theft from a dwelling, and one count of battery. Counsel, the probable cause argument regarding count 3, you said?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Swindle is charged with grand theft, a third-degree felony, under Florida Statute 812.014, subsection 2, subsection D, which requires that the value of the property taken be greater than $750. The charging affidavit indicates that Mr. Swindle removed a television, and based on the receipt, the value of it was $399.99. So defense would argue that at most, Your Honor, this would be a misdemeanor petty theft, over $100, but less than $750.
Isn't that what the charge is? I thought that's what they charge.
They charged him with grand theft, third-degree felony, Your Honor.
2D.
At least that's what the charging affidavit that I have indicates.
But the statute says it is grand theft of the third degree and a felony if the property valued is at $100 or more, but less than $750. That's what the statute says. Am I missing something, or?
If I can have 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
My apologies, Your Honor. I missed that it was taken from a dwelling, so that would be the difference between the felony and the misdemeanor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll find probable cause for all counts. On count 1, the burglary, I'll set bond at $2,500. Count 2, dealing and stealing property, $1,000. Count 3, grand theft, $1,000. Count 4, battery, $1,000. As a condition of bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are not to return to the you must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim. You are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Yes, Your Honor. I missed the bond as to count 2.
Count 2 was $1,000.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all.
All right. Does he need a one-time return?
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Best of luck, sir.
Are you going to do no return?
Did I say it? Not say. Well, I didn't do it because it was it wasn't at the residence. All right. Sherilyn Tedesco. Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Sherilyn Tedesco, 13174.
All right. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. Oh, man. You're here on a charge of DUI. I reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. PTR, she qualifies for direct PTR with no bond. Is that correct? Any objection from the state to direct PTR?
No, Your Honor. We would just be asking for the condition of no alcohol.
Sure. All right, so I'm going to order direct pretrial release with no bond, and as a condition, you are not to consume any alcohol. Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, best of luck to you, Ms. Tedesco. Alice Triplett.
Alice Triplett, 11/2/1964.
All right, Ms. Triplett, I'm appointing a public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of petty theft with 2 or more prior convictions. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. Set bond at $1,000. As a condition, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. There's also an open case, 23 CF 615. She's ROR'd for a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. State any position.
Yes, Your Honor. We would request that ROR be revoked and at least a new bond be set.
Okay. I'm gonna revoke the ROR without more information regarding the nature of the charge. I'm going to set it 0 at this time, and if she would like a new bond, she can seek that out with the trial judge. Okay. Best of luck to you, Ms. Triplett. All right. Gregory Williams.
He refused, Your Honor. Will you allow a 24-hour reset?
Yes, we'll do one 24-hour reset.
Thank you, Your Honor.
John Brum.
John Brum, Your Honor, 8978.
All right, Mr. Brum, you're here on an out-of-county warrant from Brevard County for failure to appear. Bond was set in the warrant at $2,000, so that bond will remain in place and you'll be transferred to Brevard County. All right, best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Edwin Santiago. All right, Mr. Santiago, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on 1 count of trafficking in cocaine, 1 count of trafficking in fentanyl, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, 1 count of use or display of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and 1 count of possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. This is the related case from earlier. Counsel, do you have the same position regarding the use or display count, or is this, or no?
If I can have 1 moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor, as to counts number 4 would be the same position regarding the fact that the firearm was in a nightstand and not displayed, used, threatened to use, or carried on Mr. Santiago's person.
Okay, and my understanding from the affidavit is that Mr. Santiago, according to the affidavit, was exiting room 222, so that puts us in okay, all right. I'm thinking out loud, I apologize. So I'm going to find probable cause on count 1, trafficking in cocaine. Bond on that charge will be set at $50,000. On count 2, trafficking in fentanyl, at $75,000. Count 3, $5,000, possession of a weapon. Count 4, I'll find no probable cause and ROR. Count 5, I'll find probable cause and set bond at $2,500. As a condition of bond, he's not to have used or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications, and he's not to use or possess any weapons or firearms, and he's not to have any contact with the alleged co-defendants. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? All right, best of luck to Mr. Santiago.
Your Honor, he was reset. Is this the same charge from yesterday that he was reset on? The possession of cocaine? Because he was initially here yesterday for possession of cocaine, which was reset for probable cause.
I see.
Oh, just one moment.
He can return. Mr. Santiago. Did I give you his?
One moment, Your Honor. We have.
All right, sir. Let me just call the case on this one as well. You also have a charge of possession of cocaine. The affidavit that I have, is that the same one that the judge had yesterday? Do we know?
Defense is not sure, Your
All
Honor.
right. I think the issue probably was it says suspected cocaine.
I believe so. Just one moment. I don't believe I have any additional information. Let me make sure before I. Yes, I have additional information for an Orange County case, not.
All right. If we were here on an initial, I may have found probable cause because suspected cocaine is suspected cocaine, but I'm not going to upset what was determined yesterday. So if there's no additional information, the no probable cause will remain in place and it'll be ROR'd on that count. Yep. All right. Alexandria Milani Pumelli.
Alexandria Malani Pinelli, 4390.
All right. This is also a reset from yesterday. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. The charge that you are reset on is possession of controlled substance without prescription. And this looks like it's the same issue, suspected cocaine. State, do you have any new information?
No, Your Honor, there's no information from the state.
All right, so without any additional information, she'll be ROR'd on possession of controlled substance without prescription. The bonds that were previously set on possession of drug paraphernalia, $500, and alter destroying evidence, $1,000. Those will remain in place. Okay?
Your Honor, I also wanted to inform you that.
Is that it?
That's it for Osceola.
All right, Ms. Anderson, did we miss any?
Yes, we're all set, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, defense.
No
casos. Caso 1, $2.500. Caso 2, $500. Caso 3, $500. Caso 4, $2.000.
As a condition of bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim, and you are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms.
E como condição do elo, você não pode entrar em contato com a vítima alegada, não pode retornar à cena de crime alegada e tem que estar em residência diferente da vítima alegada e você não pode manter armas ou armas de fogo.
Anything further from state or defense? One-time return?
Yes.
Can you just repeat the bond amounts? I think I messed up.
Let me see it.
All right.
That's all right. Count 1 was 2,500. Count 2 was 500. Count 3 was 500. Count 4 was 2,000.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I thought I heard 500 when he.
That's all right.
First one. So I got
I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings.
Thank you.
Vou permitir o retorno de uma vez sob supervisão de agente da lei para retornar os pertences.
And he is immigration hold as well.
And you also have an immigration hold as well, sir.
Também tem, just a moment, também tem uma retenção de imigração também.
Best of luck, sir.
Boa sorte, senhor.
All right. We appreciate your time, Mr. Interpreter. Have a good day. That's all we need for you.
Okay, thank you for using our services. Have a good day yourself. Bye-bye.
All right. Can you state your name and date of birth, sir?
Prince Osanat, 110295.
Make sure you're speaking to the mic. I'm sorry, say that again.
Prince Osanat, 110295.
All right, sir. I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on one count of trespassing, one count of larceny, and one count of loitering or prowling. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for those charges. I'm going to set a bond on the trespassing count at $250, on larceny, $100, loitering, $50. As a condition of your bond, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Anything further from state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Best of luck to you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Charles Booker Jr., reports August 15, 1993.
All right, Mr. Booker, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of trespassing.
Yes, sir.
I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for that charge. I'm going to set a bond of $250, excuse me. As a condition of your bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. There is an open case, 23 CF 1386, possession of cocaine, resisting without violence, and trespass. State any position on that?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would be requesting that that bond be revoked and he be required to appear in front of the trial judge.
Defense will ask that no action is taken because this occurred in January and still no information has been filed yet in this case.
All right, I'm not going to take any action on the open case at this time. So best of luck to you, Mr. Booker. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
John Armstrong, 9/2/2000.
All right, Mr. Armstrong, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of aggravated battery. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. Set bond at $2,000. As a condition of bond, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You must maintain separate residences, and you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
One-time return, Your Honor.
And I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings, okay? Best of luck to you, Mr. Armstrong. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
State your name and date of birth, please.
Jillian Starr Johnson, June 30th, 1984.
All right, Ms. Johnson, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on an arrest warrant for aggravated assault, domestic in nature. I've reviewed the warrant and find probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $1,500. As a condition of your bond, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim, and you're not to use or possess any weapons or firearms.
Your Honor, the alleged victim is my 12th grade child. She slashed my tire and threw a rock through the window, and I wasn't able.
Anything further from the defense did you want to add, or?
A one-time return, Your Honor.
And I'll permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings, okay? Best of luck to you, ma'am.
But in the meantime, you can't be in contact with her.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
I'm Joshua Prescott, January 19th, 2001.
All right, Mr. Prescott, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of robbery, sudden snatching, false imprisonment, and battery, domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for those charges. Bond on count 1, the robbery, will be $500. Count 2, $500, false imprisonment. Count 3, battery, $1,000. As a condition of bond, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim. Did you reside there? Does he need a one?
Sir, I stay in Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay, all right, Duval, that's good. All right, so anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Appreciate it. You have a good one.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Darnell Alfred, 01/27/1999.
All right, Mr. Alfred, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of battery. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for that charge. We have 2 individuals present.
Mother and the girlfriend.
I'm sorry, if you could just, let's.
Mother and the girlfriend. I'm the mom, she's the girlfriend.
Okay, so let's take one at a time. You're the mother?
Yes.
Okay, if you could approach and just say your name for us.
Wanda Turman.
All right, and can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you're the mother of the defendant or of, okay.
Yes.
Of the defendant, okay. And you're not the alleged victim in this case, correct? Is there anything you want to say? I'm going to hear from the girlfriend momentarily, but
Situation is, that's my son.
I don't want to elicit
Okay, the
testimony. I'm
thing
trying
is
to
that-
figure out terms of release. Does he live with you or?
No, he don't live with me, but it happened at my place.
Okay.
The thing that happened, it happened at my place.
If he's released, do you, one of the conditions I can include in there is that he not return to the scene of the alleged crime.
That's fine. I don't want him back there.
But you don't want him at
Come back. No, my landlord told me he can't come back because we have cameras and they saw everything that happened, so he's not allowed to come back on the premises.
All right, let me hear from the girlfriend. If she wants to, she doesn't have to testify. If she doesn't want to be here, that's okay. If she wants to be here and speak, she's free to. Can you state your name for us?
Jabrisha.
All right, and can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
All right, and are you the alleged victim in this case? Is that a yes or no? I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you, if Mr. Alfred is released, do you wish to have any contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any concerns that if he's permitted to have contact with you, that there could be another incident which could put you in danger?
No.
All right. Would you contact law enforcement if something did occur which caused you concern?
Yeah.
Do you reside with Mr. Alfred? Do you live together?
Yes.
Okay. In an apartment or a house?
We stay in a little hotel.
At a hotel, okay. All right, State, would you like to inquire further?
Yes. Miss Wallens, how old are you?
18.
When's your birthday?
02/08/2005.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. The state's requesting that there be no contact. I also would like to state that the information given to officers say that the victim is 17,
I'm not 17, I'm 18.
not 18. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but we would just ask for no contact and no return to the scene.
18.
State or defense, anything?
No objection.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to order no contact with the alleged victim and no return to the scene of the alleged crime. Bond is set at $1,000. So that means at this time, sir, you can't have any contact with the alleged victim. If you have contact with her, you're potentially in violation of the terms of your release and you'll be back in jail. If you think that those need to be modified, you can go talk to the trial judge, that's the division judge that's assigned to your case, and you can file a motion to have those terms modified. At this time, I'm not prepared to permit that.
Your Honor, he
Yes.
does qualify for PTR. Would you release him on pretrial release?
Direct or?
Yes, it does look like he qualifies, Your Honor, yes.
Okay, yes, no bond, direct pretrial release, but the conditions remain the same in terms of no contact. So I'm going to order direct pretrial release, no bond, no contact, no return, separate residences, and no weapons or firearms.
Can he get a one-time return with law enforcement just to get his belongings out of there?
Does he have belongings though? Because I thought it was at,
I thought he was at a hotel, hotel together?
one-time return to the hotel.
Yes.
Okay. I will permit a one-time return on supervision of law enforcement to his residence to recover any personal belongings. Yes, ma'am?
I just wanted to make it state, I didn't even know how she was. She never told me,
Okay.
told me her age, so I didn't have no idea how
It's
old
okay.
she was.
That's not what we're here about, and this is not the trial for the case. I'm not making any ultimate determinations in the case. I'm just figuring out terms of release, which I've determined at this juncture, and if you'd like to have those modified, you're free to talk to the division judge, okay? Best of luck, everybody. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Phoebe Banks, October 21st, 1970.
Can I have just 1 second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Good to go?
Yes, sorry
All
about
right.
that.
All right, ma'am. I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of battery. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. Bond will be set at $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you're not to consume any alcohol. I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings. Okay?
Can I speak?
If you'd like to speak with your lawyer first, you can.
because he's not here, he has don't qualify for pretrial release. No.
Okay.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, best of luck to you, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Diane Camille, July 24th, 2002.
All right, ma'am, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of battery domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim. I understand you're presently on pretrial release in case 23 MM 1806. It's also a battery domestic violence. State, would you have any issue with that, or for PTR address it?
PTR, do y'all revoke or?
I mean, they sent a revocation, but it's up to the judge, obviously.
The PTR.
Do you want to revoke it? I mean, I don't know if they'll kick her out of the program.
Right.
But they have sent a revocation, so.
I would say take no action because no information has been filed yet in that case, although it's the same charge.
It's a different entity that does the supervision, so I don't want to speak for them as
Okay.
far as what they'll do.
Well, I'm going
I
to take
don't
no
know.
action at this time. I trust that they will take appropriate action in terms of what recommendations will happen on the charge that she's out on.
What was the bond amount? One more time?
1,000.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize. So
Yes, ma'am.
in regards to the no return to scene, he went to her address and he doesn't live there. She lives there. He came to where she was residing at. So instead of the
They
no
don't-
return to scene, just maintain
Just separate residences?
Yes.
All right, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
So no, not no return, just separate residences. Thank you for pointing that out. Best of luck to you.
Just no contact.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Alfonso Edwards, 6/15/95.
All right, Mr. Edwards, I'm appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You're here on a charge of battery domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. We have a witness present. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you state your name for us?
Alyssa Anderson.
All right, and can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and are you the alleged victim in this case?
Yes.
All right. If Mr. Edwards is released, do you wish to have any contact with him?
Yes.
All right. Do you reside in the same household? Do you live together?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns that if y'all are back in the same, under the same roof, that you could be in danger, or there may be another incident between the two of you?
No.
All right. Would you hesitate at all to contact law enforcement if something did occur?
No.
All right. State
No questions from the state.
defense?
We're just requesting no hostile contact, Your Honor.
And he does qualify for PTR, Your Honor.
No hostile contact.
Oh, okay.
Direct PTR one?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to order direct pretrial release.
What does
with-
that mean?
Just a moment, and your lawyer will explain. You'll be released under the supervision of pretrial services with no bond. As a condition of your release, you are not permitted to have any hostile contact with the alleged victim. That means that you'll be permitted to have contact, but if you so much as raise your voice to her, you're potentially in violation of the terms of your release, and then you'll be back in jail awaiting trial. So it's critical that if something occurs which causes you concern, contact law enforcement so that everybody is protected and safe moving forward. Anything further?
Your Honor, I'm just going to explain to him what pretrial release is. One moment, please.
No, Your Honor. I was just looking to see if DCF was called, but it doesn't appear so.
I realized earlier I missed that condition when you recommended it. I meant to say it.
It's okay.
Yeah. All right. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Take this. Just keep it. You keep those two.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
James Carlton Gibson, 122894.
All right, Mr. Gibson, I'm appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you today. You're here on a charge of battery. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for that charge. I'm going to set bond at $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You must maintain separate residences from the alleged victim, and you are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms. State anything further.
Okay, no contact, no return, separate residences,
No weapons.
no weapons, and the bond amount was,
1,000.
sorry about that. Thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor. One moment, please.
Sure, no problem.
Sorry about that, I got a lot of emails going on.
Your Honor, I understand a bond was set in regards to this case. However, are you able to reduce the amount to $500 to amount he can afford? He says he currently has leukemia, he has to go through treatment, and he's unable to go through the treatment with a bond set at $1,000.
Acute promyelocytic leukemia.
Let him know what it is.
Called acute promyelocytic leukemia.
I'll order a bond of $500.
And did you say one-time return, Your Honor? I'm not sure.
I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, sir. How much more?
500.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
11/08/2004.
All right. Sorry, can you say your name again? I apologize. I want to make.
Leland Hunt.
Oh, Ms. Hunt. Okay. All right. I thought I heard something different. All right. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you raise your right hand for me?
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. And can you state your name for me?
My name is Barbara Hunt.
And are you the alleged victim in this case?
Yes, I'm her grandmother.
Grandmother. Okay. She lives with you, is that correct?
Yes, she does.
Okay. And if she is released on bond, do you wish to have any contact with her?
Sure.
Do you have any concerns that if she returns to
Can I
the,
just make a statement?
I'm sorry?
May I make a statement?
Of course, well, just one moment. Let me ask you one more question. Do you have any concerns that if she returns to the residence that you would be in harm's way or in danger?
No.
All right. And you may make a statement if you'd like, keeping in mind we're on the record, and so.
Okay, okay. She's my granddaughter. I love her very much. I don't know why she was acting squirrely at the time, but she's getting ready to graduate May 26th at University High School, and she enlisted in the Navy. And only request I have is that upon graduation, she goes immediately into the Navy, and that you all show favor towards her.
Thank you for sharing that. State, would you like to inquire further?
Maybe defense can answer this question. Defense, can you inquire whether or not she's already signed her enlist?
Okay. One moment. Said yes.
All right. State's gonna leave this one at the discretion of the court. I think that she has a bright future ahead of her, and I would hate for this to be the reason that does not occur. But that being said, don't make me regret that decision.
Now, when you say leave it in my discretion, leave what in my discretion? We're really just talking about terms of release right now.
Whatever terms of release.
I can't dismiss the case. That's on the
all
state.
of it. I can't either.
Does she qualify for PTR?
She does, yes, Your Honor.
Does a PTR determination somehow affect her Navy? I mean, I don't know what goes into that.
I mean, it's not like a conviction or anything. I mean,
Of course, yeah.
Release.
Direct PTR?
Right, yeah, direct PTR, Your Honor.
And can we include that she's allowed to go wherever she needs to
Yes. So,
Your Honor,
yes.
defense, can we just RR her in regards to this case instead of pre-trial release?
And I think I'm okay with that. But what, is there a particular reason why? I mean,
In regards to the testimony that was given, she does have limited criminal history. I don't see any felonies, no failure to appears, and also no history of domestic violence with anyone else, including her grandmother.
all right. So I'm going to ROR her. As a condition of your release, you are not to have any hostile contact with the alleged victim, meaning, of course, you can have contact, you can be in the same household, but if you so much as raise your voice to her, you're potentially in violation of the terms of your release and you'll be in jail. The other condition I'm going to order is no drugs or non-prescription medications and no alcohol. Seems like that might have played a role in something that was going on here. So those are your conditions. I hope that you can get through this process, put this behind you, and move on. Certainly somebody that's willing to serve our country and join the Navy. That's something all of us here want to encourage. And I would hate, and I think everybody in this room would hate, for this incident to affect that. So, you know, stay within the bounds of the rules of the household, graduate from high school, and you can get past this. And I'm confident, you know, I don't see the state pursuing this very hard, but I don't want to make any representations as to what the state's going to do. But be on your best behavior is all I can say, because the next couple of months are critical for you to not mess it up so you can move forward with your life, okay? Best of luck to you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Jason Navarrete, August 19, 1976.
All right. He does not qualify for the public defender's office, is that correct? So I have that he does not qualify. I can appoint for purposes of today, correct? Or provisionally? Do you guys do that frequently or no?
Yeah, you could temporarily appoint if you would like.
You do not qualify for the services of public defender. Would you like me to provisionally appoint the public defender for today's proceedings only?
Sir.
All right, so I'm provisionally appointing the public defender simply for today's proceeding. You're here on a charge of battery domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for that charge. I'm going to set a bond of $1,000 as a condition of your bond. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You must maintain a separate residence from the alleged victim. And you are not to consume any alcohol during the terms of your release. I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings. State anything further.
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Tyrone Thompson, August 20th, 1998.
All right, Mr. Thompson, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of battery domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $1,500. As a condition of your bond, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must maintain a separate residence from the alleged victim. I will permit a one-time return under the supervision of law enforcement to recover any personal belongings. If you reside there, do you reside with the alleged victim?
She came to me.
She lived, okay. So why don't you figure that out? Yeah.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Your Honor, in regards to the area of where they were, can we delete the no return to scene and just keep it as separate residence?
They don't reside together?
No.
Okay. And it happened at his residence? Well,
Yeah,
I
this
understand.
is where he lives.
I understand.
Yeah.
So we'll remove no return and just maintain separate residences. There are two open cases, 23 MM 1412 petty theft and 23 CF 4829 MDMA. He's ROR on both of those. My inclination is to take no action. They're not particularly the same, but state if you have a particular reason why I should take action. I'm happy to hear it.
Just one. The 23 CF 4829 case was from this, not this Friday, but the Friday before. How much? State has no objection to taking no action on the out on bond cases.
All right, so I'll take no action at this time, sir, but what I can say is a lot of folks in my position would not have done that. It's very likely that a lot of other judges would have said, I'm revoking your ROR, going to set a bond or set it zeros, and you wouldn't be getting out today. So you got to avoid this. You got to avoid trouble so you don't have to come back, see folks in black robes on a regular basis, okay? All right. Best of luck to you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Wallace Townsend, 10/30/1982.
All right, Mr. Townsend, Townsell, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must maintain a separate residence from the alleged victim. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense. One moment, please, Your Honor. Okay. Your Honor, in regards to this case, are you able to set the bond to $500? I will elicit testimony from him in regards to why it should be $500. And you said, what's the reason why you're going through workers' compensation?
I was hurt at work. I have a leg injury. I have an MRI Tuesday. I haven't been working in 2 months, so I've been getting workers' comp money, and it's not nowhere near what I usually get paid.
So in order for him to make it to his appointment on Tuesday, he won't be able to if the bond is set at $1,000. Are you inclined to reduce it to $500, Your Honor?
What's the cutoff for what the bondsman, will they even, can you get a bond of 500? I mean, isn't there a better chance at 1,000 that, or I don't know, what do they do? I don't wanna, does anybody know?
They typically do 10% if it's over 1,000 or a $100 minimum.
10% or $100 minimum?
If it's over 1,000 or 1,000 or over, it'll be 10%. If it's anything under 1,000, they'd take $100 is their minimum.
So I don't know that it's gonna matter whether it's 1,000 or 500 in terms of whether he can get a bond. Because I'm gonna leave it at 1,000 at this time, and
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
best of luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, he is out on bond?
Yes, on driving while license suspended.
Yes.
State any position.
Who is this?
Mr. Townsell?
Counsel?
I was looking at someone else.
23 CT 1729.
Sorry about that.
Willis.
State has no objection to taking no action. That's a driving.
I'll take no action on that case at this time. Okay. Best of luck to you, Mr. Townsell. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Mohammed Adan. My 2/12/1961.
Okay, Mr. Adnan, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of possession of MDMA. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $500. As a condition of your bond, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. Okay? Best of luck to you, sir.
So,
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Sean Barnes, May 26, 1976.
All right, Mr. Barnes, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of possession of methamphetamine and trespass. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for those charges. Bond on count 1 will be set at $500, on count 2 at $100. As a condition of your bond, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications, and you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, the trespass. Best of luck to you, sir. 500, 100, yep. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Malcolm Bellamy, December 3rd, 1991, sir. 1999, sir.
All right, Mr. Bellamy, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on one count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, one count of aggravated assault with a firearm, and one count of discharging a firearm in public. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for those charges. I'm going to set a bond on count 1 of $5,000, count 2, $20,000, count 3, $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim, and you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. State anything further.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
Your Honor, in regards to the second count, it is a third-degree felony. Is there any way you can reduce the bond from $20,000 to something more reasonable?
No, I think it's a reasonable bond, given the nature of the crime and the allegations regarding suspect fired a single shot at Collins, the charge that I have concerns about that. So,
Okay.
for protection of public, and I'm gonna keep it the same.
Okay.
Best of luck to you, Mr. Bellamy. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Donald Brown, 10/20/1976.
All right, Mr. Brown, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of possession of MDMA. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $500. As a condition of your bond, you're not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. Okay, best of luck to you, sir.
Wait a second. Oh, there's a John and a Donald.
I'm sorry? Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
John Brown, 12/3/94.
All right, Mr. Brown.
I do have a PC challenge for count 1, Your Honor.
Okay. I was going to ask about that. Mr. Brown, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. You are here on one count of possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet. Is it of a bus stop?
I think it's business or like a religious location.
That was my understanding of the statute, but I was a little unclear about.
Your Honor, it was a bus stop.
One moment. One count of possession of cocaine, one count of possession of MDMA, one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, and one count of resisting without violence. Counsel, PC argument?
Yes, in regards to the, on the face of the affidavit, in regards to the four corners affidavit, there's no mention of he was selling the cocaine or anything was being sold to him in regards to the meth or the cocaine that was found on his person, Your Honor. And then also in the affidavit, they don't mention the religious location or the business that they're saying he wasn't 1,000 feet of.
State.
Okay. Everything tested positive, just making sure. So, state concedes there is nothing regarding count 1 for the possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet. But it's the state's position that the remaining charges do have PC, so we would just ask that you set bonds on that.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to find no probable cause on count 1, and he'll be ROR'd on count 1. On count 2, found probable cause for the rest of the charges. And on count 2, bond will be set at $500. Count 3, $500. Count 4, $250. Count 5, $250. As a condition of your bond, sir, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. Anything further from state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, best of luck to you, Mr. Brown. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Travis Bryan, 9/15/84.
All right, you are here on two new cases. I am appointing the public defender to represent you on case 23 CF 5171. The charges are burglary of a dwelling, dealing in stolen property, and petty theft. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for those charges. Bond on count 1 will be set at $5,000, count 2, $1,000, count 3, $250. As a condition of your bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. And then on case, actually this is not a new case, but it's a failure to appear on case 23, M245. You're here on a, 23 MO245. You're here on a warrant arrest for failure to appear for pretrial conference. Bond was set at $2,000 on that failure to appear. It'll remain at $2,000. You also are out on ROR on case 2022 CF 14573, possession of methamphetamine and attempted tampering with physical evidence. My inclination is to revoke, given that the new charge appears to be related to obtaining MDMA, but state any position?
Given the failure to appear in the previous case and the similar charges, the state's requesting that he be revoked on that, out on bond case, or ROR case.
Defense, would you like to hear?
Defense would ask that you take no action because this case has been going on since December and the state has not filed charges yet.
Never mind.
Okay. All right, then. I'll take no action since there's not been any charges filed at this point, but, all right. Best of luck to you, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Arleria Buchanan, September 13, 2004.
All right, ma'am, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You are here on a charge of carrying a concealed firearm. Reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $1,000 as a condition. You are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms. You're also here on out-of-county warrant. Out of Polk County. So you're going to be transferred to Polk County. Bonds will remain as set in the warrants, which I believe were no bonds, but.
Count 1-0.
Okay, I see. Looks like there's two separate cases though, right?
I think so, yes.
So on CF 23003373, no bond on count 1, count 2, $1,000, count 3, no bond. And on the other out-of-county warrant, 20, I'm sorry? Oh, it's a duplicate? Okay, never mind then. So, best of luck to you, ma'am. Anything further from either party?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Oh, you're right. Okay. Did Jacqueline Casimir bond?
Do you have a booking number for them, Your Honor?
Where's the booking number on there, do you know? Can you state your name and date of birth, sir? I'm sorry.
Seth Cozart, 7/16/97.
All right, Mr. Cozart, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You are here on a charge of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $4,000. As a condition of bond, you are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms. Anything further from state?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Best of luck, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Mr. Raw, April 4, 1980.
You said Mr. Delgado? No. Delgado bonded? Okay. Mr. Figueroa, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You are here on one count of possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a business. Count 2, possession of battery on a law enforcement officer. Count 3, resisting with violence. Count 4, possession of cocaine. Count 5, introduction of contraband into a state facility. Count 6, resisting without violence. Count 7, possession of drug paraphernalia. And count 8, possession of cannabis.
In regards to count 1, Your Honor.
I was going to ask the
yes.
same thing.
Same argument, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Do you see anywhere in here about the 1,000 feet?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on there.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to find no probable cause on count 1, ROR. I find probable cause on the remaining counts. Bond on count 2 will be set at $2,000. On count 3, $1,000. Count 4, $1,000. Count 5, $1,000. Count 6, $250. Count 7, $250. Count 8, $250. As a condition of your release, sir, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. And you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim of the battery, any voluntary contact, the law enforcement officer. Anything further, state or defense?
That's all.
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Westman Georges, January 9, 1986.
All right, Mr. Georges, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of battery on a law enforcement officer and trespass. Probable cause? Anybody want to help me out on this?
Nothing at all.
There's not really anything in the affidavit.
Exactly.
Well, hold on, sir.
Yes, that's what I have in my notes here. Need more information for PC.
It just says, in response to a trespass after warning, upon arrival, observed defendant resisting and being secured by deputies. So I guess maybe the resisting. And then it says a deputy told him he had probable cause to arrest on battery on a law enforcement officer.
At the bank, sir.
Hold on a second. State, is there any probable cause in there?
Well, the officer said that he observed the defendant resist.
Resisting a battery?
Based off the 4 corners of the affidavit, it's weak. But state has no objection to ROR in this case.
Okay. So I'm finding no probable cause on either count, and he'll be ROR'd.
Are you taking no action on the out on bond, Your Honor?
That's my next question. He's out on a trespass after warning. State any position on? It's actually a bond. He's out on bond, I think. Right? Or is it?
Yes, he's out on bond.
That was just received.
It happened yesterday, I guess. 2 days ago.
Do we know if it's the same location?
No.
the state has no objection to taking no action. That happened so quick that we haven't had a chance to file on it.
All right, I'm not going to take any action on the open case. You're, as a condition of your release, well, I found no probable cause, so. As a condition of your release, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged trespass.
Absolutely.
All right. All right. Best of luck, Mr. Georges.
That's one lucky day.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
David Lee Griffin, 8/18/71.
All right, Mr. Griffin, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. Today, you are here on one count of fraudulent use of a credit card and one count of possession of methamphetamines. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for those charges. Bond will be set on count 1 at $1,000, on count 2 of $1,000. As a condition, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. You're also out on bond in case 23 CF 1549, possession of methamphetamine, and case 23 CF 3314, possession of fentanyl, possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. If you want to consult with counsel.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Okay, but he's in it until we get the FDA report. That's when it's gonna change. It doesn't change till we get the FDA report. No, that's fine.
State any position.
Yes, Your Honor. The 23 CF 1549 case has not yet been filed on. The state has no objection to the court taking no action. It does appear, however, that this is a pattern and it's escalating. So we would ask that
Has 3314 been filed?
23 CF 3314. No, that one hasn't been filed on either.
Does the state file on anything? I'm just, don't answer that.
They just wait for the FDLE report in order to file on the cases. It takes.
What's that?
They wait for the FDLE
I know,
report.
that was facetious.
sorry.
I shouldn't have, yeah. I'm going to revoke on 23 CF 3314 and set it 0 at this time. You can go before the trial judge and address, if you'd like, any conditions, but you're out on 2 cases, and this is the exact same conduct and additional conduct, probably in line with servicing that drug problem, and so I'm gonna revoke and set it 0 at this time on that case and take no action on the other case,
Your Honor,
1549.
I apologize. He has a question, so one moment.
Sure, go ahead.
Aside from that, you also picked up a position because you picked up new case.
If you'd like, you can, but you do have counsel.
I speak, Your Honor. I don't know what in the world is going on. I had just got off work, Your Honor. The man, we were sitting there smoking weed. The man gave.
I don't want to put you in a position where you're saying something that could incriminate you, and so, well, I know, but that's the determination this time. You have the right to file a motion to have those conditions modified.
I'm talking about bond being revoked. Just got a job. I just got my bank account, everything. I'm doing good, Your Honor.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I need to get back to work.
I appreciate that, and you can file a motion with the division judge and address the open case. All right, best of luck to you. All right, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Harnish, 51477.
All right, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of aggravated assault with a weapon. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $2,500. As a condition of your bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to use or possess any weapons or firearms. Anything further from the state?
That bond amount.
$2,500.
Thank you.
Defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Best of luck to you, Ms. Harnish. Good afternoon. Sir, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Eric Hines, March 20th, 1968.
All right, Mr. Hines, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of possession of cocaine. I've reviewed the affidavit and determined there is probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set a bond of $500. As a condition of bond, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. I'm going to take no action on 23 CF 1730. That's a petty theft charge. He's on pretrial release, and so.
We actually closed that out, Your Honor. That was entered in error.
Okay, all right. All right, so best of luck to you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Reginald Montre Jackson, 10-971.
All right, sir. I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on one count of larceny, grand theft, and one count of resisting without violence. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for that charge. Bond will be set on count 1, $500, count 2, $500. As a condition of your bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. There are two open cases, 23 CF 3376, petty theft, and 23 CT 2162, driving while license suspended. Take no action on the 2162 case. Petty theft, state, do you have a position?
That has been filed on, and it says it's set for trial on June 12th.
Are you requesting any action at this time?
Given that it's a similar charge, the state would request that the petty theft be revoked.
Defense?
Because this case is currently set for trial, we're asking that you don't take any action in regards to that case, so he can assist his attorney while he's out of custody in regards to that case being set for trial.
I'm going to revoke the bond in case 23 CF 3376. And set a new bond of $1,000. Previously $250. So I'm revoking and setting it to $1,000 on case 23 CF 3376.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Best of luck to you.
I do have a PC argument in regards to the next case.
Okay. All right, sir, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Terrence King, 9/15/80.
All right, Mr. King, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on one count of possession of concealed weapon by a felon, one count of possession of cocaine, and one count of possession of MDMA. Counsel, your probable cause?
My probable cause argument is in regards to the possession of a firearm weapon by convicted felon, and just the with a weapon part for the possession of cocaine, because the alleged weapon that was found was a BB gun, and I believe in the manner in which they found it, it wasn't used in a way to harm or scare anyone, Your Honor, and I have not seen any case law where a BB gun is considered a firearm.
I looked up the definition when we were, because I had a similar thought, and the statute defines it as any weapon designed to or readily converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm, muffler, or firearm, any destructive device, or any machine gun. So is a BB gun a weapon which will expel a projectile by the action of an explosive? That's the question.
It is not, Your Honor.
Is there cases that say that?
BB
I mean, because something comes out of it.
Yeah, but BB guns.
All right, if you're saying it's not, I'll take your word for it.
BB guns, that's a air thing. It's not a explosive. I
Understood.
don't know the physics behind it, but I know nothing explodes.
So does that change, because the count 2 is possession of cocaine and then it's with a weapon.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe it does change things. We would just ask that you find PC for possession of cocaine.
All right. All right, so I'll find no probable cause on count 1. On count 2, I find probable cause for possession of cocaine, not with a weapon. Set a bond on count 2 of $1,000. Count 3, I find probable cause and will set a bond of $1,000. As a condition of your release, sir, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. And I think I'll say it for its own sake, but you're not to use or possess any weapons or firearms. Anything further, state or defense?
No, Your Honor.
I believe there's one more case, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
Nevada County.
That's right. All right, sir, you're also here on a out-of-county warrant for violation of probation. Bond was set at 0, I believe. What county is it?
Seminole County.
All right, so you're going to be transferred to Seminole County, and bond will remain at 0 at this time until you have a chance to speak with the judge in Seminole County. Best of luck to you, sir. Yes.
Your Honor, Lynch Lawrence refused court.
Okay. This first refusal.
Defense has no objection to waiving his appearance.
All right. All right, so I will appoint the public defender to represent Mr. Lynch. She has waived his personal appearance. He's here on a possession of methamphetamine charge. I reviewed the arrest affidavit and, excuse me, it's a warrant arrest. Bond was set at $1,000. It'll remain at $1,000. And I will add the condition of no use or possession or of drugs or non-prescription medications.
And he had a open case, Your Honor. He was out on ROR.
He is out on ROR on case 22 CF 14232. It's a trafficking in meth and possession of, I believe it's cannabis. State.
Yes, Your Honor, the state did file charges on the trafficking accusation, and he is set for trial on May 30th. This case is also a possession case for the same drug, so we would ask that he be revoked on the ROR out on bond case.
Defense, would you like to address that?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, so I will revoke ROR on case 22 CF 14232, set bond at 0 at this time.
Your Honor, Miller DeMarcus is mental health.
Defense has no objection to waiving his appearance.
All right, so I will appoint the public defender to represent Mr. Miller. Counsel's waived his personal appearance at initial appearances. He's here on 1 count of grand theft, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, and 1 count of possession of cannabis. I find probable cause for the charges. Bond on count 1 will be set at $1,000. Count 2, $250. Count 3, $250. As conditions of release, he's not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. And on case, he's also on case 23 CT 2702, no valid driver's license, I find probable cause, and I'll set a $250 bond. Anything further on Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, sir, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Omar Morales, 10/10/1973, sir.
All right, Mr. Morales, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle. I've
And he
reviewed
does
the-
qualify for PTR, Your Honor.
Does?
Yes.
Okay. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. I am going to order direct pretrial release with no bond, meaning you'll be released without a bond and you'll be supervised by pretrial services to ensure that you are in compliance and come to your court dates, okay?
Sir.
Anything further?
Can you just state that he is allowed to return back to Pennsylvania?
Okay, no objection to that?
Objection.
All right. You will be permitted to return to Pennsylvania. Is that where you live or no?
I got both address, but yes, sir.
Okay,
I got address over here and there.
okay. Well, you will be permitted to leave the state, but, all right?
And are there any other conditions with that, Your Honor?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Best of luck, Mr. Morales.
Thank you.
One second. I do have a PC argument for Neil, Your Honor.
All right.
No. All I think I did.
Can I just, hold on just a moment. Hold on. I don't want you to incriminate yourself. Do you have, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Antoine Bernard O'Neill.
All right, Mr. Neal, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of burglary of an occupied structure. I'll hear your probable cause argument.
Your Honor, in regards to burglary of an occupied structure, when I reviewed it, it's the intent to commit a crime other than burglary or trespass. I believe there's no PC for the burglary because there's no surveillance of Mr. Neal breaking the glass, and also the alleged victim / reporter who worked at the location did not see Mr. Neal breaking the glass.
I didn't.
All right, one moment, let me,
It was broken. I jumped the fence.
state in your response.
Your Honor, the state's position that the burglary charge is met by the fact that he jumped over a locked gate, even without the circumstantial evidence of the brick and the broken window. It's our position that the requirements for a burglary are met. And while it's not particularly strong, there is, as I said, circumstantial evidence of a crime therein.
It seems like this is probably pretty good circumstantial evidence, at least from the face. Am I missing something, or? I understand your position, but I mean, if you see the gentleman running in the rear of the business, screaming, run back towards the front of the business, hop the fence, get on his bike. And then to also see the broken glass. It's not too much of a stretch to put those together, right?
Understood.
All right, so I'm going to find probable cause for the charge. I'll set a bond of $3,000. As a condition of bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms. Anything further?
And, Your Honor, there was a FAD added for Mr. Neal. He's out on ROR for 2023 MM000757AO.
What's the charge?
It's a trespass structure. It was transferred from a felony case.
Any position from the state?
It's set for trial on May 15th. The state would be asking the court to revoke his release on the out on bond case.
Defense.
I didn't have that case, Your Honor, so I wasn't able to pull it up. But in regards to that case, one moment.
Sure.
It was originally charged as burglary of a structure, but it was filed as a trespass.
I'm going to revoke.
Okay.
Set at 0 at this time on the open charge. All right. Best of luck to you, Mr. Neal.
Your auto bond case is revoked, so you have to stay in custody until you see the other judge.
All right. Can you state your name and date of birth, sir?
Sebastian Bernard O'Neill, 11/23/1972.
All right, Mr. O'Neill, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a warrant arrest for failure to report within 30 days. Probable cause was previously found in the warrant. Bond in the warrant was set at $15,000. I'm inclined to keep it there unless anybody wants to hear otherwise. I don't usually change warrants, but.
I never received the warrant.
Okay.
I just have information that it came in as a warrant, but I was unable to find the warrant on the clerk's site.
State, do you have the warrant?
1 moment.
I'm just wondering if there's any, I mean, it's a failure to report, so I understand the concern. Just wondering if 15,000 is.
11/23. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it as is in the warrant. If you'd like to have that modified, you can file a motion with the division judge. It's gonna remain at $15,000, same conditions as in the warrant, which is to report as required by law within 24 hours of release. Best of luck, sir. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Craig Raymond, October 3rd, 1992.
All right, sir, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You are here on 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia and 1 count of possession of MDMA. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for those charges. Bond will be set on count 1 at $250 and count 2 $500. As a condition of your release, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. You also have an open case that you're out on bond on 22 CF 10330, possession of methamphetamine, possession of paraphernalia, and operating without a valid driver's license. State any position on the open case?
It was 103.
30.
No, Your Honor. State has no objection, taking no action.
All right, so I'm not going to take any action on the open case at this time. It does seem like this could be a recurring issue, and I hope that you can get whatever help is necessary to get your life together on these issues. So best of luck to you, sir.
You have a good day, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Melanie Richardson, 8/27/1990.
All right, Ms. Richardson, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on charge of possession of MDMA. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. Bond will be set at $1,000. As a condition of bond, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. There are 3 open cases. Each of which, I guess there's a petty theft, 2 or more, petty theft, 2 or more, and petty theft and burglary of a dwelling. Any position on the open cases from the state?
No, Your Honor, this possession charge, if they want to revoke or bring her in, but this is for possession, and she's already set for trial dates on all those other cases.
All right, I'm not going to revoke your bonds on those cases. I can tell you that a lot of judges probably would with the number of petty theft that you have, and now the drug issue in this case. So it's absolutely critical you stay above board over while you're out on release so that you can get to trial and get through this process, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, best of luck to you.
So no action on all of them.
No
right,
action.
Your
I
Honor?
didn't hear a bond amount. What was the bond amount set for?
Yeah, count 1 was it was 1,000.
Okay, thank you.
It was only 1 count.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Raheem Richardson. I'm born 10/20/93.
All right, Mr. Richardson, you do not qualify for appointment of a public defender, but if you'd like, I can provisionally appoint her today for today's purposes. Do you like that?
Yes.
All right, so I'll provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you for this proceeding. You're here on 1 count of battery on a emergency medical care provider. Probable cause was previously found in the warrant. Bond was set at $2,500. It'll remain at $2,500. The conditions will also remain the same, which is no contact with the alleged victim and no return to the scene of the alleged crime, ORMC, that voluntarily, if there's some medical event that occurs which requires that you be taken to ORMC, then that's different. So, all right. Best of luck to you, sir.
And he has an open.
I'm sorry, hold on,
case,
hold
Your Honor?
on.
He's out on bond?
I apologize, yeah. Criminal mischief and trespass, 23 CF 2263.
Defense will ask that you take no action because no information has been filed yet in those cases.
Any objection? All right, so I'm not going to take any action on the open case at this time. Best of luck to you, Mr. Richards.
Thank you, sir.
Here. Mr. Richardson?
Your Honor, Robbins is bonded.
Rubens?
Ruben.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Good afternoon. Quintel Sims, 2105.
All right, Mr. Sims, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today.
And Mr. Sims does qualify for PTR.
Okay. You're here on a warrant arrest for fleeing and eluding. Probable cause was previously found in the warrant. I am going to order direct pretrial release with no bond, so you'll be released under the supervision of pretrial services. Your lawyer will be able to talk to you about that, and there will be information for you as to.
I'm not going home.
You are being released, but under pretrial services.
Any conditions with that, Your Honor?
No.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please? Can you state your name and date of birth?
11/23/73, William A. Sloan.
All right, Mr. Sloan, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. Bond will be set at $500. As a condition of your bond, you're not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. Okay. Best of luck, Mr. Sloan.
Your Honor, Smith, his behavior.
Would you like to waive or?
Set her for, reset her for tomorrow because she does qualify for pre-trial release.
All right, we'll set her. We'll do a 24-hour reset for Ms. Smith.
Jonathan Suarez Rodriguez in the hospital.
All right, we'll do a 24-hour reset for Mr. Suarez Rodriguez.
We can,
Or you want to waive?
we can waive, yes.
All right. All right, so for Jonathan Suarez Rodriguez, I am appointing the public defender to represent him. Counsel has waived his appearance at today's proceeding. The charges are possession of MDMA, possession of alprazolam, and possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. I've reviewed the affidavit and determined there is probable cause for those charges. I'll set a bond on each count of $500, so 500, 500, 500, and as a condition, he's not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications.
He has one more case, yeah.
Oh, 2 cases? Huh. All right, that's right. All right, so he also has another case, 1 count carrying a concealed firearm, 1 count of resisting with violence, and 1 count of destruction of evidence. I find probable cause for those charges. Count 1, bond will be $1,000. Count 2, $500. Count 3, $1,000. As a condition, he's not to use or possess any weapons or firearms.
Terrell Wiley, 9/11/1992.
All right, Mr. Wiley, you're here on 2 cases. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. Case 23 CF 5189, the charges are possession of a controlled substance and possession of, I believe that's cannabis, and then possession of cocaine. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. Bond on count 1 be set at $250. On count 2, $500. As a condition of your bond, you're not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. You're also here on a violation of probation, an out-of-county VOP. What county is it? Do we know what county?
It's Glades County.
Okay. Glades County. You're going to be held no bond on that count, and you'll be transferred to Glades County, I guess if and when he's bonded on the new charges, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Best of luck to you, Mr. Wiley. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Benjamin Williams, 5/23/1992, sir.
All right, Mr. Williams, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of possession of MDMA. I find probable cause for the charge. Set bond at $500. As a condition, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. Okay, best of luck to you, Mr. Williams. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Stephanie Williams, 12/24/84.
All right, Ms. Williams, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You are here on a charge of 1 count of possession of hydrocodone without a prescription and 1 count of possession of methamphetamines without a prescription. I've reviewed the affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for those charges. Bond on count 1 will be $500, and on count 2, $500. As a condition of your bond, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. Okay. Anything further? State, defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, best of luck to you, Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, one moment, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Surrender Williams, 9/18/80. Date of birth.
Date of birth?
9/18/80.
Okay, thank you. I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You are here on a warrant, capias for failure to appear for arraignment in case 22 CF 12751. Bond was set at 0. It'll remain at 0 at this time, okay?
Yes, sir.
Best of luck to you, Mr. Williams.
All right.
Francis Cronin, bond. Oliver Tetrick, refused.
Defense has no objection to waiving his appearance, Your Honor.
I do have him listed as not qualifying for the public defender's office. Do you still want to waive? And
We can do one reset, and if he still refused, then
let's do one reset,
It's for Oliver.
or yes.
I have to see if you qualify. One second. Okay. We have to see if you qualify, so one more.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Mr. Ashton Cacho.
All right, Mr. Cacho, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a disorderly conduct charge.
We're trying to see if we qualify for public pretrial release.
He just has a question, Your Honor. I apologize.
Of course,
One
yes.
moment. As of now, you don't qualify. They interviewed you. You don't qualify. You don't qualify. I could ask, but wait till after the judge speaks to you. I'll ask.
I was gonna see if I can qualify for an ROR, sir. I've never had a drug charge a day in my life ever.
Hold on, we're going to get there. I find probable cause for the charge. State, do you have a position? This is seems to be a panhandling issue.
So we have the 2 separate cases, correct?
Yes, I'm on the disorderly right now.
Okay. Yes, it does appear to be panhandling. Does he not qualify for PTR?
He does not.
I
No.
was asking for ROR, ma'am.
I'm going to ROR on the disorderly.
Okay.
So you're ROR on the disorderly. You also have a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia.
I've never had a drug charge a day in my life.
I understand that, but you have one now, and that's why we're here. And I'm finding probable cause for the charge based off of the affidavit. I'm going to give you a bond of $250. As a condition of your bond, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications.
May I please get a ROR on that as well?
I'm not inclined to unless, state, do you?
No, Your Honor,
Yeah.
the state of Jackson, I can acknowledge that he doesn't have any previous drug charges.
I've never had one day in my life.
Wait.
State of Jackson.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the bond as set, which is lower than the,
Yana Colette Coleman, refused.
would you like to waive or reset for Ms. Coleman?
We can waive, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm appointing the public defender to represent Colette Coleman. Her appearance has been waived at initial appearances. She's here on a charge of larceny, petty theft. I've reviewed the affidavit and find probable cause. Set a bond of $250. As a condition of bond, she is not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Howard Dowan, 1974.
Mr. Dameron, I am appointing the public defender to represent you today. You're here on a charge of violation of a injunction for protection against stalking. I've reviewed the affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for that charge. I'm going to set a bond of $500. As a condition of your bond, you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you must comply with the injunction for protection against stalking.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, there was a first appearance detainer added for Mr. Dameron. He's out on ROR for 2023 MM001157AO. It's a trespass and petty theft.
State.
I don't have any information on that.
Yeah, I'm going to take no action on that at this time. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Teron Edison.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Teron Edison, sorry.
Okay. All right, Mr. Edison, you do not qualify for the appointment of a public defender because of your affidavit, but I will provisionally appoint one for today's proceedings if you would like. Would you like that? All right, so,
And Mr. Edison does qualify for PTR, Your Honor.
all right. You're here on a charge of trespass after warning. I find probable cause based off of the affidavit. I'll order direct pretrial release with no bond, and as a condition, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Best of luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, my feel his behavior.
We can waive, Your Honor.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent Kamoy Fields. His appearance has been waived. The charge is trespass after warning. I find probable cause and set a bond of $250 as a condition he's not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Good afternoon. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Mario Garcia, October 3rd, 1990.
All right, Mr. Garcia, you're here. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. The charges are larceny and providing a false identification to a law enforcement officer. I find probable cause for those charges. State, do you have a suggestion on bond or ROR?
Okay. All his previous convictions have been fairly minor. It does seem, though, that this officer was.
How many previous convictions does he have?
At the right time. 2 felonies, 2 misdemeanors. State has no objection to ROR on the theft, but he did refuse to give his information, and just to make sure he shows back up, we'd like at least something on the false ID.
I think that's reasonable. ROR on count 1, count 2, I'll set a bond of $250. As a condition, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Yes.
Best of luck to you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank-
Your Honor, Anthony Hayden, mental health.
Defense has no objection to waiving.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent Anthony Haddon. Charge is trespass after warning. I find probable cause based on the affidavit. Set a bond at $500, given the allegation of the attempt to grab a girl. So bond will be set at $500, and as a condition, he's not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
I need a person.
Patton Stevens, mental health, Your Honor.
Defense has no objection to waiving, Your Honor.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender to represent Mr. Haddon. The charge is trespass. I've reviewed the affidavit, find probable cause. Does he have a history of? I'm sure I have it in front of me, but
He does. He has a history, 12 felonies, 114 misdemeanors.
I'll set a bond of $250, and as a condition, he's not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Jerry Pollard, November 4th, 1985.
All right, sir, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you.
Yes, sir.
You're here on a charge of breaching the peace, disturbing the peace. I've reviewed the affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for that charge. I'll set a bond of $250. As a condition, of bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. I understand this was not at your residence, correct?
Yes, it was.
It was at your residence.
It was a repast.
There was a funeral though, right? I don't want to get too far into it, but
The alleged victim in this case isn't listed, so I don't know if they have the same address. State would just be asking for no contact.
yeah, I'll require no contact with the alleged victim.
Yes, sir.
And he is on pretrial release on a battery by strangulation in case 23 CF 647, is that 6471 or no, just 647?
647.
Defense will actually take no action because no information has been filed yet in this case. I think this case was opened in January.
No objection to that.
All right, so I'll take no action on that case at this time. Best of luck to you, Mr. Paul.
No. You don't qualify at this time. They didn't interview.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Melanie Russo, 11/15/1995.
All right, Ms. Russo, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you today. The charge that you're here on is criminal mischief. I've reviewed the affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge.
1 second.
State, do you have a position on bond, plucking of flowers? I'm not sure whether that's bondable or.
It's not.
Defense will ask for ROR. She has no failures to appear, and I don't see any criminal history, so defense will be asking for ROR.
I'm inclined to ROR with.
I have no objection to ROR. I would just stay in touch with your lawyer, I guess. That's all I
Yeah.
can say.
So you'll be released, ROR, as a condition of release, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. It's critical that you stay in communication with the public defender's office so that you are aware of when your hearings are, because if you don't show for your hearings, a warrant's gonna be issued for your arrest and you're gonna be back hanging out in jail, and that's not where anybody wants to be. So best of luck to you, Ms. Russo.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Francis Daniel Schaefer, 8/24/61.
All right, Mr. Schaefer, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on one count resisting without violence and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia. I reviewed the affidavit and determined there is probable cause for those charges. We'll set a bond on count one at $250, count two, $250. And as a condition of your release, you're not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications. Okay, best of luck to you, Mr. Schaefer.
Your Honor, Tony Latasha refused.
Defense has no objection to waiving, Your Honor.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent Latasha Tony. The charge is possession of drug paraphernalia. I find probable cause and set a bond of $250 as a condition she's not to use or possess drugs or non-prescription medications. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Christopher Jones, May 9, 2003.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're here on out-of-county warrant. Looks like two out-of-county warrants. Oh, no, same one. Out-of-county warrant from Seminole County for failure to appear. Bond was set at 0. It's going to remain at 0, and you're going to be transferred to Seminole County. Okay?
Your Honor, Faye Kyle Jeremy is mental health.
Who? Can you say that again?
Kyle, Faye, or Jeremy?
I don't have him.
Mental health. Out of county.
Who was this one?
I have Christopher Jones.
Then who was this client?
That was
Jones. Okay.
Christopher Jones.
Oh, I have it. Oh, Kyle Jeremy. Okay, I see it. It's an out-of-county warrant. So I don't know that you're in a position to waive, but
No.
you said he refused?
No.
Mental health.
Oh, mental health. Okay, we'll do a 24-hour reset.
And for Jones, we weren't addressing those other cases, no, right? Those were already addressed?
Christopher Jones?
Yeah.
This is Christopher Jones.
Because we had someone earlier.
That was Jones.
Those had already been addressed.
Oh, those already been addressed. Okay, sorry.
You're Mr. Marshall?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Trevlin Marshall.
All right,
September the 25th, 94.
all right, sir, you're here on an out-of-county warrant, fugitive, out-of-state, so bond's gonna be remain at zero, and you'll be extradited, out-of-state. Is there also a Pinellas warrant? Or is this that's a different case? All right, so you're gonna be extradited, okay? Best of luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, Murph Angel refused.
Okay. It's out of county, so we'll reset actually, I'm inclined to find her refusal to be a waiver of her appearance. So I'm gonna find that Angel Octavius Murph has waived her initial appearance by refusing to come. She's here on an out-of-county warrant from Pinellas County. Bond will remain as in the warrants, which was interesting, $2,013 for each count. And she'll be transferred to Pinellas County.
Your Honor, Nieves Pagan is mental health.
All right. I have this down as a 24-hour reset to supplement. Is that still the case, or?
Your Honor, the state's position for Mr. Pagan is that, sorry, it's in an email. The charge for burglary, it's the state's position that there's PC, he entered a dwelling, and it would be a scrivener's error. So the intent to commit a crime therein can be inferred from the allegations in this case.
Well, let me find out. Are we moving forward with the initial appearance, or?
Yes, Your Honor, we can move forward with the initial appearance since it was already reset.
All right, so, council's waived Mr. Nieves Pagan's appearance. This is a 24-hour reset on the charge of burglary of an occupied conveyance. Let me just review it. There's nothing new, though. Is that what you're telling me?
No, Your Honor.
You're just saying that the original affidavit has probable cause?
Yes.
Presumably, whoever was here yesterday didn't think that?
I'm not sure the reason for the reset. I got an email with several different cases being reset. So I'm not sure if it was no PC was found or they just pushed it because there was no appearance.
Well,
The notes I have is no PC.
Okay, you have no PC? I just don't have a note.
It says for the crime therein, I guess because of how it was charged.
Well, the affidavit is a little not very precise. Owner of home says she wakes up to dogs barking, walks in the living room, sees a man mumbles something, and then leaves. Described him as a dark-haired man. I think that's the concern. Is there probable cause for a burglary in there? Where do you get intent to commit a felony?
So for burglary, since it's entering a dwelling with the intent to commit an offense therein, unless it's open to the public at the time, it's the state's position that he entered her home, which is a dwelling, and that the intent to commit the crime can be inferred from the allegations.
Okay. I understand. I'm gonna stay with my colleague's determination yesterday without a supplement. I'll find no probable cause and ROR on the count. As a condition of release, he's not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What was the reason, Ms. Help?
Mental. All right.
I do have more information for this next case.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Simeone Pierre, July 21st, 2000.
All right. The public defender has been represented. You're back today on the charges of throwing a deadly missile into an occupied vehicle, aggravated assault with a weapon, trespass, and resisting without violence and criminal mischief. My understanding from yesterday is that probable cause was found on counts 1, 3, and 4, but not, oh, excuse me, probable cause was found on counts 3 and 4, but not on 1, 2, and 5. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're talking about the deadly missile, the aggravated assault, and the mischief count. So,
Your Honor, I do have some supplemental information. The only issue is the victim's statement is in what appears to be, I don't know, I think this is Spanish. Yeah.
well, I have a supplemental
so-
affidavit, right?
It's not gonna,
It's not getting you there?
it's not, I mean, I have it. I have supplemental information. It's sworn to, it's just all in Spanish.
Oh, no, but I have a marked supplemental
Perfect.
affidavit, but let me just review it because I was a little confused about this in the back. Does everybody have that? or
No, I don't have a supplemental for this case.
Okay.
Was it something that we got today, or is it something that was supplemental from yesterday?
Is this supplemental, or is this the same? Sure, that's something. Okay, I don't even have the original.
Okay.
I don't have it, right? All right. Okay. I'm gonna review this moment, and so y'all. All right, so I think this is supplemental and goes to the charges. I don't know if y'all have this or not, but
Is that a sworn supplemental report? I see there's notes for an unsworn supplemental report. I don't know if there's a difference.
are we looking at the same thing? Why don't you approach? I just want to
Okay,
see what,
I
yeah.
just have notes here.
No, no. No. This is what I'm looking at. I don't know if y'all have seen this. If you want a moment to look at it, you can. So I think this is probably what was there yesterday. And then this is what I think might get to probable cause, but oh, and there's more, I'm sorry. Do y'all want to see the rest, or? Okay, so this is unsworn? This is unsworn?
No, I have the victim
Okay,
mentioned in there.
okay. All right, so then what's your position on PC based off of this?
The state would be requesting that PC be found on the remaining charges.
And defense, do you have any objection to that?
Yes, I'll be objecting because based on the surveillance footage that the officer believed that he watched, he said it appeared that it appeared that he might have thrown a rock, but he didn't say that he seen him throw a rock at the car.
Is a rock a deadly missile? I don't know under statute, I don't know.
It depends.
Yeah, I think it's one of those circumstances where, based on the new information, I will find probable cause on counts 1, 2, and 5. On count 1, the bond will be $1,000. On count 2, bond will be $500. On count 5, the bond will be $500. As a condition, he's not to have any contact with the alleged victim. He's not to use or possess any weapons or firearms.
Does the court have the bond amounts for counts?
And the other bonds will be stated, yeah.
What were the bonds for counts 3 and 4?
3, trespass was 500, and resisting was 500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Was there a no return in the initial? I'll order no return as well to the scene of the trespass. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Darius Blair, 6/13/91.
All right, Mr. Blairs, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You are here on 2 cases. On case 21 CF 2335, the charge is violation of probation. Bond for the VOP will be set at 0 at this time. On case 23 CF 5154, the charge is possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia.
I say something, sir?
If you'd like a moment, you can chat with your lawyer, and if you'd like.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Sure.
It's charged right now, but once we get the FDLE report, it'll change. Okay, but as of now, that's what's gonna be charged. I was able to assist him, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I was able to assist him with
Okay,
that.
thank you very much. All right, and so I've found probable cause on those charges, and I'll set a bond on count 1, $500, count 2, $250. As a condition of bond, you are not to use or possess any drugs or non-prescription medications.
I apologize, Your Honor. He has one more question.
Sure.
He can't do that. Yeah, I'll put that in the notes.
Best of luck to you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Sir, Kenneth Lavelle Juice, February 9, 1975.
All right, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You are here on a warrant arrest for violation of the terms of your probation. Bond was set at 0. It's going to remain at 0 at this time.
Sir.
All right. Best of luck to you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Ray Gizzy, 52799.
All right, Mr. Gizzy, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a warrant arrest for violation of Condition F of your probation, failing to make restitution payments. Bond was set in the warrant at 0. It'll remain at 0 at this time.
My PO had told me to, because I paid in February 26th, but she said it didn't clear till March 1st, so that's where the violation had came.
I understand, and you'll have an opportunity to clear that up, I promise you. But at this time, based off of the warrant and the bond being set at 0, and the fact that it's a VOP, it's going to remain at 0, and get in touch with the public defender's office, and hopefully you can clear that up and move on with your life, okay? Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Tyler Guthrie, 11/13/2001.
All right, Mr. Guthrie, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of violation of probation. Bond will remain and be set at 0 at this time.
May I please get a bond set for my VOP?
I'm sorry?
Can I get a bond set for my VOP?
No, sir. But you do have a separate offense, and I apologize, I missed that on case 23. CF 5178, the charge is possession of ammunition by a convicted delinquent. I've reviewed the affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for that charge, and I will set a bond of $5,000 as a condition you are not to use or possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition.
Bond for the VOP or for the?
The VOP bond is set at 0, and you'll have an opportunity to address that with the division judge. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Matthew Meisner, 11/19/2001.
All right, Mr. Meiser, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You are also here on a charge of violation of your probation in case 21 CF 12528. Bond is going to be set at 0 on the VOP charge. You also have another VOP in case 21 CF 87, and bond will be set at 0 on that violation of probation charge, and then a new case as well, correct?
Yes, Your
Honor. On new case 23 CF 5194, the charge is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I've reviewed the affidavit and determined that there is probable cause for the charge. Bond will be set at $4,000 as a condition you cannot use or possess any weapons or firearms.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
When I read the affidavit, there says it wasn't, they can do constructive possession because it's in the not supposed to be in the home at all.
Good afternoon. Good. Have a good one. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Donald Walker, July 3rd, 2001.
All right, sir, you are here on a charge of violation of probation in case 20 CF 9809. I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. Is this a warrant or I didn't see?
I have it as a violation of probation.
It was an on-view VOP, right?
It was an on-view VOP, okay. All right, so bond will be set at 0 at this time, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Donald Ayers, 01/25/1996.
All right, Mr. Ayers, I am appointing the public defender to represent you. You are here on a open container, charge of a open container. I've reviewed the affidavit and find probable cause for the charge. State, do you have an offer or position on this one?
No, Your Honor. He's out on bond on 2 different cases. One's for loitering or prowling, the other's for criminal mischief. So I didn't
Sure.
offer.
Do you have a position on whether or not a bond should be
He's entitled to a bond. State has no objection to a reasonable bond.
All right, I'll set a bond of $100. What's your position on the open cases? Do you want me to take any action on this?
State has no objection to you taking no action. This is.
Yeah. Okay.
Bigger.
All right, I'm not going to take any action on your open cases at this time. Best of luck to you, sir. Afternoon, ma'am. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Good afternoon, Mia Holmes, 8/11/1970.
All right, Ms. Holmes, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of open container. I've find probable cause for the charge. I'll set a bond of $100 and take no action on your open case. Best of luck to you, ma'am.
I can't get time served. I didn't even have no drink at all. They rolled under the bus, please.
Your Honor, Ms. Holmes was just here on March 8th, and I gave her a credit time served offer. If she would like to plead, the offer is going to be 14 days, because that's how many days it's been since we've last seen each other.
A bond, or do you want?
Y'all like to consider that?
We stay here 14 days.
Are you
That's-
supposed to?
Huh?
That's the offer from the state. You obviously don't have to take that, and you can consult with your lawyer if you'd like.
Do that mean like 7? Half of it?
No, it's 14 days with credit for time served.
14 credit for time
No,
served?
14 with credit for time served. So like 14 minus how much you've been in custody. It'll be 12. It'll be 14 days basically. Are you unable to post the $100 bond?
They gave those. I don't lose all my clothes outside. At least, at least 7.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
What's gonna happen no more? I didn't even have none of it.
You want to do 14 days or just wait to see when you're going to hear back from your attorney?
Shit. Really?
You want to do 14 days? Do you want to readdress her case at the end, Your Honor? Because
We can come back.
we can readdress her, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Horacio Parra. My date of birth is December 17th, 2001.
Okay. All right. You do not qualify for the appointment of a public defender based off of your finances. I can provisionally appoint her to represent you today if you would like.
Yeah.
All right. So I just, for today's purposes, I'll appoint her to represent you. You're here on a charge of disorderly conduct.
Sir.
Find probable cause for that charge. State, do you have an offer or position in this case?
State would be requesting an ROR for Mr. I don't even know how.
Yes.
Horacio, and with the requirement that he not drink any alcohol until this case is resolved.
Any objection to that defense?
I didn't.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're going to be ROR'd, meaning released on your own recognizance. As a condition of your release, you are not to consume any alcoholic beverages.
You'll be able to leave.
Yes, you're free to go, but you are going to be, you have to come back for a hearing, so speak with your lawyer and make sure you show up for all your court dates if you have any.
Okay.
Well, the pub,
No, no, don't drink at all.
don't drink.
Just juice.
Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Erlan Soto, 1996. 26, December 26, 1996.
All right, you're Mr. Okay. This is disorderly, correct? Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of disorderly conduct. I find probable cause for that charge. State,
There's no offer in this case, Your Honor.
okay. All right. Let's see what. All right. Any objection? Well, there is several open cases, so I'm going to set a bond of $250. And what's your position on the open cases?
No objection, taking no action, Your Honor. He's ROR'd on another disorderly conduct.
The only one that maybe is the attempted burglary, but
That one's from 2022. It doesn't appear he has any failure to appears on that, so.
Right.
No
So I'll take no action on the other cases. Best of luck to you, sir. Good afternoon. Ma'am, can you state your name and date of birth?
March 2nd, 1973, and my name Denise Sturgis.
All right, Ms. Sturgis, I'm appointing the public defender to represent you. You're here on a charge of possession of alcohol in public. I find probable cause for the charge. Any objection to ROR for Ms. Sturgis, or?
No, Your Honor. The call for service was an alleged battery that was disproven, so no objection to the ROR.
Okay. So you're going to be released, ROR. Best of luck to you.
Your Honor, Vaden Derek bonded.
All right, and we're back with Ms. Holmes.
You want to accept the offer?
Y'all ain't do nothing. So if I can get the $100, then what time, I don't bond out for 100, then what, I still do the 14 days?
No, it's not that.
Well, I can't give you any legal advice. The bond I'm setting is $100, and if you bond out, then you'll be free to go, and you'll have to come back for your court date whenever a hearing is set. But there's an offer on the table to dispose of the case in its entirety, and I can't, you have the right to take it or not take it, and you have the right to consult with counsel as to whether or not that's appropriate, so.
Different situation. One moment, please, Your Honor. So in regards to this case, you didn't get time service RR, but it's two different situations. Yeah, no. You have other charges, I think. Because of this case, you can't get RR. Okay. Okay. So in regards to
Okay, I'll do the 14. I'll do the 14. I'll do it.
one moment, please, Your Honor.
Sure.
Because it is not. It's because of the,
No, but you.
It's done. I'm sorry about the He said it's done. The other case I don't have no court.
Not as of yet.
What?
Not yet. What? Not yet. We haven't dismissed that charge. We haven't dismissed it, so not yet.
Since last year.
Just need a case number. Your Honor, can I have the case number for this case, please?
Sure. It is 23MO555.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Holmes, I've been handed a plea form indicating that you wish to plea guilty to the charge of open container. Is that correct?
I plead no contest.
No contest. Yes. Have you had an opportunity to review this form?
Yeah.
All right. And an opportunity to discuss it with the council? Yeah. And are you entering into this plea freely and voluntarily? Yes. Do you understand that if I adjudicate you and sentence you, you'll be sentenced to 14 days credit time served? And you wish to enter into that plea?
Yeah.
All right.
It'll be 14 days with credit for time served.
That's what I said, correct?
Sorry.
I think I said
I
that.
thought you said 14 days credit for, sorry, never mind.
That's all right. All right, so I will accept the plea and sentence you to 14 days with credit for time served, plus court costs. Court costs or no?
I was gonna ask, do you have any objection to setting it as a civil lien?
State?
No objection.
Yes, we'll set it as a civil lien.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you, Ms. Holmes. Yes, I'm not taking any action on her. All right.
Правдой, только правдой, ничем кроме правды, с помощью Бога.
You'll need to answer out loud, sir.
Yes.
Громче скажите.
Sir, do you need a Russian interpreter?
Yes,
I need. Yes.
I'm going to ask that you only answer in Russian and wait for the interpreter to interpret. Please interpret.
Пожалуйста, подождите, отвечайте только на русском языке и, пожалуйста, ожидайте перевода русского переводчика.
Хорошо.
Sir, you were arrested for battery domestic violence.
И, господин, вас арестовали за нападение и домашнее насилие.
I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case.
И я вас назначу общественного защиту для того, чтобы вам помогли по вашему делу.
I find probable cause.
И я нахожу основания для этого.
Ma'am, is your name Elena?
Yes. Госпожа, вас зовут Алина?
Елена.
Елена.
Is this your husband?
Yes.
И это ваш муж?
Yes.
Are you afraid of him?
Вы его боитесь?
No. I love him. It's a mistake. It's a big mistake.
Please speak in Russian. Go ahead.
Okay.
Madam Interpreter, inform.
Русский, пожалуйста, отвечайте.
Я его не боюсь, я его люблю. Я хочу, чтобы он вернулся ко мне домой. Это была большая ошибка, что вот мы так поссорились. А я хочу, чтобы он вернулся домой.
I love him and I'm not afraid of him and I would like for him to come back home with me and this argument was a big mistake and I want him to be back.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
I don't want him to be... Я не хочу, чтобы он был в тюрьме. Он хороший человек.
I don't want him to stay in jail.
Это большая ошибка, что так получилось. Мы очень хорошо живем вместе, и это просто было недоразумение.
And it was a big mistake that happened, and we lived together just fine, and this was a big misunderstanding.
Defense counsel, do you have any questions for Elena?
No, Your Honor.
Please interpret.
Я хочу, чтобы он вернулся, потому что это было... Я хочу, чтобы он вернулся домой. Он не виноват, ни в чем,
I would like for him to come back home. He is not guilty of anything. I would like for him to come back home.
Mr. Tarasov, I'm setting your bond at $1,250. Please interpret.
Господин Тарасов, ваш залог устанавливается в сумме $1250.
Хорошо.
Because of the overall facts of the
Right.
case and the need to defend oneself. Go ahead.
Из-за того, что по этому делу существуют факты и необходимость создалась в защите,
I'm ordering no contact with your wife.
я приказываю, чтобы вы не контактировали с вашей женой.
Хорошо.
You need to live elsewhere, not with her.
Вам необходимо проживать где-то в другом месте, не с ней.
I'll allow for a one-time return. Call the police department so you can get your belongings.
И я разрешаю, чтобы вы один раз пришли, и вам для этого нужно перезвонить в полицейское отделение, чтобы вы могли прийти и взять ваши вещи.
You're not to possess any weapons. Weapons need to be given to the police department within 4 hours of your release from jail.
И вам нельзя пользоваться никаким оружием, и если есть оружие, то после того, как вы вернетесь из тюрьмы, вам нужно отдать все оружие в полицию.
Ясно.
You're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs.
Вам также запрещается использование или на себе ношение каких-либо нелегальных наркотиков.
Or consume any alcohol.
И также запрещается употребление алкоголя.
If the Department of Children and Family gets involved, you need to cooperate and appear for court.
Если также будет вовлечена служба защиты семьи и детей, то вам нужно с ними сотрудничать и являться в суд.
Elena, thank you for your testimony, but for your safety and the safety of the child, I'm ordering no contact and living separately.
Sorry, our child is not here, and он очень хороший отец.
Your Honor, may I be heard on bond?
Can you wait? She doesn't understand the procedures, so go ahead.
Sorry.
Елена, спасибо за ваши показания, однако для вашей безопасности и безопасности ребенка я приказываю вам, чтобы вы не контактировали с ним.
Пожалуйста, я хочу быть с ним. Это не надо защищать меня. Я хочу быть с ним, и наш ребенок живет в другом городе. Он прекрасный отец, он прекрасный муж.
Please, I would like to stay with him, and he is. You don't need to protect me from him, and our child is not living in this city, and he also is a good husband and father.
Ma'am, I've read the report, and it involves a knife. I'm denying any other requests and keeping it as ordered. Thank you.
Госпожа, я ознакомилась с рапортом, и там было вовлечено использование ножа, поэтому я выдаю такого рода приказ. Спасибо.
Defense counsel, you wanted to be heard on bond?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd be requesting the standard bond for misdemeanor domestic violence of $500. I'll hold for interpretation before continuing.
Counsel, can you go ahead and explain to
И
me what the standard... Go ahead.
Относительно залога мы бы попросили, чтобы сумма стандартная $500 для такого хулиганства и домашнего насилия была залог в сумме $500.
Counsel, can you please explain to me where there's a standard bond anywhere in Orange County of $500?
Your Honor, counsel may be mistaken on the exact amount. However, counsel will be requesting a $500 bond either way, and I apologize if I misstated the amount that it's usually set at. He has no history. We understand the facts of the case can be considered egregious and why the court has made their ruling. The victim, however, has requested to have contact. Again, we understand why the court ruled the way they did.
Break it down so she can interpret.
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
Объясните, где вы видели, что есть в округе Оранж стандартный залог в сумме $500? Я извиняюсь, возможно, я ошиблась в сумме залога. Мы бы хотели попросить залог именно $500. Извините, если я неправильно выразилась. У этого подзащитного нету истории предыдущего насилия, и я понимаю, что есть отягчающие обстоятельства в этом отчете, однако в этом заключается наша просьба.
And we understand the court's ruling on that, Your Honor. We are, though, requesting the $500 bond due to the lack of history, due to the victim's request to have contact and not being in fear of their life, and the hardship it'll cause on the family to maintain separate residences financially.
И я понимаю также решение суда, однако мы просим, чтобы залог был в сумме $500 на основании того, что не было предыдущей истории с нарушениями закона, и также в связи с просьбой пострадавшей о том, чтобы контакт сохранять и что у нее нет опасений за жизнь. И также то, что если они будут жить отдельно, будет финансово дополнительное на семью обременять финансово.
Thank you for your argument. It'll be stayed at $1,250.
Yes, Your Honor.
Спасибо за ваш аргумент, и сумма залога $1250.
Madam Interpreter, that concludes your services. Do you have an ID number for our file or your last name?
Yes, Judge. Just the four letters, T for Tango, K for Kilo, R for Romeo, U uniform.
All right, thank you.
You can return one time.
Thank you, prisoners.
to
Have a
law
good day. Bye.
enforcement first. And then you're going to want to call our office to talk to the attorney more about it.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude that. All right, switching to the session 2, we're taking a case out of order.
Goodbye.
Your case.
On record on case numbers 2023 CC 771AO, 2023 MM 17580. Is this your client? Oh, okay. Antonio Silva, appearance for the record.
Alicia Adamson, I represent Mr. Silva, and I'll waive his appearance for this hearing.
All right, so probable cause has been found for the new offense of petty theft, as well as he was previously booked on the CF case number, so there was a hold because he was out on bond. State, do you have any position on the out on bond? 2023 CF 771 for uttering forgery and fraudulent use of personal ID. He bonded on the 17th of January. The new offense was alleged to have occurred on 2/11.
I'm just confirming that formal charges have not been filed yet, Your Honor. Therefore, based on that, I have no objection to no action being taken on the out on bond.
What says defense?
I would, that was my request, that that Your Honor take no action on those cases. And I have a lot of mitigation. I'm hoping that they don't file, because I think that case is a case of mistaken identity, but I've been working with that, so I think that's been the delay in the not filing of the case, but.
Okay, here's what I'll do. On case 2023 MM 1758, I'll go ahead and stay that bond of $2,500. No contact with the victim, no return to the scene of the crime. And all the previous conditions will be stayed in 2023 CF 771AO with no further action at this time by the court.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the rest of the docket. And if he gets mixed up this afternoon, I'll just let him know that you appeared, and hopefully I'll remember the conditions. Thank you. The next case I'm addressing is Tavorius Anderson. Are you Mr. Anderson? Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you have a public defender. You're here in case 23 CF 711, I'm sorry, strike that, 5117AO. Probable cause has been found several times for possession of cocaine, sale or delivery of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a child care facility. Possession of cocaine, count 2, with intent to distribute within 1,000 feet of a child's care facility, as well as sale and delivery of cocaine, count 3. In that case, I'll go ahead and stay all the bonds, and I'm going to order that you have no return to the scene of the crime, that you not possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or have any drug paraphernalia. State, how do you want me to proceed in cases 23 MM 2173 and 23 CF 1535, the out on bonds? He was just released respectively on the misdemeanor on the 31st of March and February on the felonies.
I apologize, Your Honor. I usually have looked these up ahead of time, so I do apologize. Just one moment.
In the meantime, I'll hear from defense. What's your position on the trespass and the out on bond felony?
Your Honor, I have to see if charges were filed on either of them. If they were not, we'd ask that you take no action. If Your Honor is inclined to take action, we'd ask that you revoke and double.
Oh, okay. You didn't want to argue that these offenses were committed before those dates?
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm still looking them up.
I'll go ahead and
If-
take no action on the
Thank
out
you.
on bonds. Thank you. The next case I'm addressing is Botchetcher Bramwell. I may have mispronounced that, and I'm going to offer him, please. PD's office, I'm going to offer him, please, on some of these cases. I don't know if he's going to need counsel. Do you know if you represent him on the out on bond MM case?
I believe we do, Your Honor. There is an offer on this current case to resolve.
It's going to be a time served as to all MMs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. As to this case alone, if Your Honor would take no action on the remaining cases at this time.
No, I'm going to offer him a plea.
That would actually.
What's your name, sir? Good morning, sir. Can you go ahead and tell me what your name is?
Boydre Bramwell.
Sir, you have a public defender in your out on bond case for trespass. You also are here for new charges, disorderly conduct, as well as a state misdemeanor violation. These are city ordinance violations. I'm going to offer you a time-served offer on the new charge. The city ordinance violation was resisting officer without violence. Since it's a time-served offer, do you want a lawyer on that case?
You said, do I want to what?
You're here for a charge of disorderly conduct and resisting officer without violence. Those offenses were alleged to have occurred on the 19th, so 2 days ago. It's a time-served offer. Do you want a lawyer?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Defense counsel, I'll give you a moment to speak with him on that. The trespass case, that's also time served. I believe he has roughly 10 days in. And on the and the CF case, I'll take no action.
Okay. We talked previously about the current time served judges. She's willing to resolve both of your misdemeanor cases. And just to clarify, both misdemeanor cases for adjudication guilt credit time served?
Yes.
She's willing to resolve.
The MM cases and the MO.
And the MO, thank you, Your Honor. Both of
I'm sorry, he has had charges filed him on the MDMA charge. I'll revoke and give him a new bond if he takes a plea.
So if these cases, it's gonna happen. If these will be resolved, she's gonna revoke your bond on this one and give you a new bond. If you don't resolve, she might revoke and give you no bond at all. If you wanna resolve the trespass, the one previously here, so I think we talked about it previously. And then the case we just talked about for adjudication of guilt credit time served, or do you want more time? You'd resolve these cases today?
While you're explaining to that, I'm going to talk to the victims. Good morning. If you're here as a witness or a victim in a crime that involves domestic violence or dating, when we call the defendant's name, you'll be brought into the box. I'm going to ask you if you're in fear of the defendant. I may ask you about your relationship and whether or not you want contact with the defendant, whether you feel safe living together, and if drugs or alcohol are involved. I will consider the facts of the case, your testimony, any arguments by counsel. I do want to point out, I have a prosecutor and a public defender in here. They may also ask you some questions. In the meantime, if all of you sitting there who may be testifying, if you could stand at this time and raise your right hand.
You can if you can bond out.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else?
So then she's got.
Before people. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You want to resolve?
Thank you, everybody. You can be seated, and I ask for your patience. Defense counsel, how are we proceeding?
Understood. Your Honor, he wants to resolve the MO and misdemeanor case. He is concerned about his bond on the other case and being able to afford that, though.
I will give him a new bond, so, but I am
Thank you, Your Honor.
considering he was out. You're ready for me to proceed on that?
Are you ready? Is that what you want to do?
And
No.
just so there's no surprises on the possession of MDMA, his bond is going to be, how many grand? Give me a moment to check something. I'm going to set his bond at $5,000 on that. Okay, I can't, this isn't an arraignment, it's not a full court.
Yes,
How
Your
do you
Honor.
want me to proceed?
Would you like to resolve or not? No, Your Honor, we'd like to. He does not wish to resolve at this moment.
All right. In case number 2023 MO 540, I find probable cause for disorderly conduct and state misdemeanor, which is resisting officer without violence. In those two cases, I'll stay the bond. Bond is a total of $350. I'm revoking your release in case 2023 CF 364AO. Your bond is $7,500. And then in case number 2023 MM 19418AO for the charge of trespass, I'm ordering no contact. I will give you a bond on that case, and that bond will be $1,000. Thank you, Mr. Bramwell. The next case I'm addressing is Pierre Henry.
These are your bonds for all of your cases, okay?
Is Hermansier or Luckner Henry present? Good morning, are you Pierre Henry? Is your name Pierre Henry? You'll need to answer out loud. Sir, do you want a public defender to help you with your criminal charges? That's a lawyer. Sure, your charges are obstructing justice or hindering communications with law enforcement, battery in a person aged 65 years of age or older, and battery domestic violence. Do you want a lawyer to help you with your case? I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender.
And you don't have to say anything right now.
Excuse me?
I was the one who called the deputy.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. I do find probable cause. Ma'am, what is your name? I'm sorry, what is it?
Your Honor, I believe the victims may need a Creole interpreter.
Do you speak English, or would you prefer to have a Creole interpreter?
I need interpreter.
And sir in the blue shirt, do you speak English?
No.
Okay, stand by. We're going to recall this case. We're going to call a Creole interpreter. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
Let me take the next case while we pass. Please sit down. We'll recall you when we have an interpreter. The next case is for Frankie Boquez. Frankie Boquez. Sir, what is your name?
Frankie Avalon Bohorquez.
Good afternoon. Good morning, sir. You're here in case 22 CF 1247680 for a violation of probation. Sir, do you want a public defender, a lawyer, to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. You're here for a warrant for violating your probation. The allegations are that you failed to report to probation as court ordered. And four other counts of violation of condition A. And those dates were 3/21, 3/23, and 3/25. Defense counsel, shall I enter denials?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I'll enter denials and I'll stay it at no bond. Thank you. The next case that I'm calling is Tristan Shim. And Myra Battle.
Victim.
Sir, go ahead and tell me what your name is.
Tristan Shim.
Mr. Shim, good morning. Do you need a public defender to help you with your felony charges? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, please.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender. I find probable cause for the charge of felony battery. There is no victim on this case. Defense, do you want to be heard?
Your Honor, we'd be asking that a reasonable bond be set. If you look at his criminal history, he has no prior criminal history. He actually qualifies for pretrial release. Based on his lack of criminal history and the fact that he qualifies for pretrial release, we'd be asking that he be released pretrial release or a low bond.
All right, thank you for your argument. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and order the following conditions. You're to have no contact with the victim. That's not, and you cannot contact the victim even for purposes of the child. You must maintain a separate residence. Victim can stay there. You can only go back one time and it must be with a police officer, and that's to collect your personal belongings. If you have any weapons, they need to be surrendered within 4 hours of release from jail. Based on the facts of this case, I'm going to set the bond at $2,000. The next case I'm addressing is Evelise Torres. Is Juan Torres present? Ma'am, is your name Miss Evelise Torres?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like a public defender for your felony charges?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I find probable cause you were arrested for obstructing justice by hindering communication, battery, and assault, both crimes of domestic violence. Sir, are you Mr. Torres?
Yes.
Are you Ms. Torres's husband?
Yes, I am.
Sir, do you live together?
Yes.
You'll need to answer loud enough so I can hear you.
Yes, we do.
Would you like to continue to live together?
Yes.
Do you have any fears for your safety?
Not at all.
Did you say not at all?
Yes, I have no fear.
And do you have any concerns about the safety of your children?
No, because she's
Were drugs or alcohol involved in this?
No.
All right, thank you. I'm willing to do PTR if both sides have no objection.
No objection.
Yes, Your
Defense?
Honor.
All right, Ms. Torres, here are the conditions of your release. I'm putting you on pretrial release. You're to have no hostile contact with your husband. You can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate him. You're also not allowed to have any weapons. If weapons are owned, they need to be surrendered to the police department within 4 hours of your release. And you need to appear for all DCF hearings. Thank you, and investigations.
Thank you.
The next person is Veton White. Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, there is a probable cause argument for this one.
Let's see if he wants an attorney. Case number 2023 CF 5160AO. Sir, what is your name?
Belton White.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Belton White.
You were arrested for a charge of aggravated stalking with a credible threat, as well as attempted burglary of an occupied dwelling. Sir, do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
And counsel, do you understand that probable cause will roll him till tomorrow at no bond status, whereas I could set a monetary bond today?
If I may have a moment to speak with my client.
And keep in mind, he's also out of county, out of state.
Your Honor, we'll accept the bond and,
Defense is stipulating and the court finds that there's factual basis. Does he have anything out of South Carolina or anyone else? Anywhere else, rather? All right, on count 1, aggravated stalking, I'm going to set your bond at $6,000. On count 2, for the aggravated burglary of an occupied dwelling, I'm going to treat it as subsidiary doubled bond at $3,000 for a total of $6,300. Sir, you're to have no contact with the victim, Gerald, first name Gerald, or Sherman. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you because of the poll. Sir, you've already been sworn in. Tell me what your name is.
Jarrell Harris.
And I may readdress the monetary bonds. And how do you know Mr. White?
He is the ex of my partner.
Okay, and you were in the home?
Correct.
Are you afraid of him?
No, my partner is though.
Do you want any contact with him?
Absolutely not. Neither of us.
All right, any questions for him?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for the witness?
no, Your Honor.
I actually do have a follow-up. Sir, do you know if the defendant owns any weapons?
From text messages, that's what we've seen out of context, but seeing anything, I did not see any
Okay.
weapons at all.
And do you know if he has any drug or alcohol issues?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Anything else based on my follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to state at $6,300. Here are the rules. You're to have no contact with the victim, Mr. Harris or Sherman, first name. You're to have no third-party contact. That means you cannot write them, email them, text them, contact them through a friend of a friend. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. It's my understanding you intend to return home to South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
You're to have no contact with any of these victims' families. You are not allowed to have any weapons. If you have any weapons here in Orange County, they need to be surrendered to law enforcement here in Orange County within 2 hours of your release. If you have any weapons in your home state, they need to be surrendered to local law enforcement within 3 hours of returning to your home. Again, no contact. Anything else, state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the hearing. There is a court order for him to have no contact with you or your partner,
Thank you.
the second victim.
It takes some time to get the case filed on. We don't want you to miss any court dates, okay?
We ready on interpreter? Yes? Okay, recall Pierre Henry. Pierre Henry, Hermancia, and Luckner Henry.
Thank you.
Defense counsel, did Mr. Henry need a Creole interpreter or just the?
A moment here. No, Your Honor, he does not need an interpreter.
Thank you. Interpreter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Have you already been sworn in?
Not yet.
Do you solemnly, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to interpret from English to Creole and Creole to English to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
I'm only getting interpreting services for the one victim, so you'll need to broadcast for case number 2023 CF 5155AO. Sir in the blue shirt, please raise your right hand. Please interpret.
Monsieur nan chemise bleue ya, s'il vous plaît, levez main droite ou en l'air.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Est-ce que ou sermenté témoignage ou pral bay jodi a, c'est la vérité, li pa rien que la vérité, sinon que bon Dieu aide ou.
Please answer out loud into the microphone.
S'il vous plaît, répondre bien fort dans micro a.
Ouais. M'attendez ça dit bien, non?
Yes. You can put your hand
I
down.
did not hear what. Let me he did not hear. Let me repeat it for him.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Madam?
Est-ce que au serment, he said he did not hear what I said.
Can you hear now? Can you ask him?
Est-ce qu'on attendait qu'on y a là?
Oui, m'attendez.
Yes, I can hear.
Sir, you need to speak into the microphone. Bend down or pull the microphone up.
Monsieur besoin parler dans micro a, soit qu'on baisse ou bien ou monter micro a.
Oui, oui.
Yes.
What is your name?
Lackner Henry.
C'est qui j'en relais?
Moi, le Luckner Henry.
My name is Luckner Henry.
And how do you know Pierre Henry?
C'est qui j'en fait connaître Pierre Henry?
Parce que c'est petit manier.
Because he's my child.
Do you live together?
Est-ce que nous habitons ensemble?
Oui, nous habitons ensemble.
Yes, we live together.
Are you in fear of him?
Est-ce qu'on paye?
Oui. Simply?
Yes.
Oui.
If I'm afraid of him, yes.
Do you want him to continue to live with you?
Est-ce qu'on a besoin pour lui continuer à habiter avec vous?
Non. Ça le bagage maintenant mais pour prendre remède. L'aide pour remède là li bon, mais des fois il pas vle pour remède là. La ba no problème dans cas là.
No, the only thing is I would like for him to take medications. When he takes the medications, he's good. But when he doesn't take the medications, he's giving us problem in the house.
Who else lives in the house with you?
Qui est encore qui habite en dans caille avec vous?
Moi avec on le petit garçon.
My wife and another boy I have.
Thank you. State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You could go ahead and stand by, Madam Interpreter, for the second. I might need you again.
Sure, I hold.
Hermancia, how are you related to Henry, Pierre Henry?
My daughter, my son.
Are you afraid of him?
Yes.
And do you want him to return home?
Yeah, I like to return to home because if she may take send a good boy, he got respect for me if he that no problem. If he have problem.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
I
Anything
try to take medicine. If he take medicine, they're good.
you want him to take medicine? State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Henry, I'm going to set the terms of your release. For the obstructing justice, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. For each count of battery, for the battery on a person age 65 years of older, I'm setting bond at $150, and the battery domestic violence $100. Your total bond is $1,250. Madam Interpreter, can you interpret for the victims? Here are your additional conditions. Go ahead.
Monsieur, this interpreter, you want me to interpret what you said to Mr. Henry about the bonds, or
No, just
start interpreting from this point?
what I'm going to go to next. Mr. Henry, you need to live separately from your parents.
Monsieur Henry ou besoin habiter séparément avec parents ou yo.
You are only allowed to go back one time with the police officer.
Ou seulement gen permission pour retourner yon fois avec yon police qui accompagne ou.
And that is to collect your belongings.
Et ça c'est pour aller chercher bagay ou.
You are not allowed to have any weapons.
Your Honor, that's my house.
Ou pas gen permission pour gen aucun arme.
Weapons need to be surrendered within 2 hours of your release.
Si ou gen arme kwa yo lage ou, environ 2 heures ou fin lage ou sou besoin remettre zam yo.
To the police department.
Ay département police yo.
No,
You're not allowed to have any contact with the victims, your mom and dad.
What's
Ou pa gen permission pour genyen aucun contact avec victime yo, maman avec papa ou.
And
What did the son?
if you have any medications, it's relating to your mental health, you need to take them.
Si ou gen aucun médicament qui en relation avec santé mentale ou besoin pran yo.
But you need to live separately.
Mais ou besoin habiter séparé.
Thank you, Mr. Pierre Henry. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Henry.
Merci, Monsieur Pierre-Henri. Merci, Monsieur et Madame Henry.
I checked on Property Appraiser. He does not own
I
the
got
home.
one question.
Thank you.
I got a question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Dis kon sa mwen, koun ya kou ki rote l brale, li baga ouken kote.
Now, where will he go? He doesn't have anywhere.
I don't know, but that's for your safety. He'll need to make arrangements. If you change or you want the judge to change that, let the victim advocate at the state attorney know.
Et moi pas connais, mais ça c'est un coup choix parler, il besoin faire arrangement.
Mais tête li pas bon même, li pas bon.
Ou besoin al garder avocat dans état.
Avocat
pour droit victime.
Thank you.
She's saying he's not in his right mind.
Okay. They don't have a pretrial release program. They don't have a mental health program for him. If he gets help, maybe he can be in the right mind. Thank you.
D'accord. Et puis chercher un programme soin mental pour lui si lui joine aide peut-être ou comprendre ça capable aider tête lui.
All right.
Okay.
Rolling to the next case, Tierra Allen. On record, that concludes everything for Creole interpreter. Good morning. Are you Ms. Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
Your case number is 2023 MM196AA. You're here for a misdemeanor charge of battery, domestic violence. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I do find probable cause for this offense. I've considered your criminal history and the recommendations. I'm setting your bond at $500 in this matter. You're to have no contact with Alexis Stevenson. That includes third-party or written contact of any means. You're not to possess any weapons. Any weapons need to be surrendered to law enforcement within 4 hours of your release. You have a one-time return since you're now going to not live at that house. You must be accompanied by law enforcement. Anything else, state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Yes, maintain separate residence to keep a clear record. She can stay, you can't go. The next case is Eric Bosley. Mr. Bosley, you were arrested for an offense of battery domestic violence. Would you like a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, please.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Ma'am, are you Valerie Bosley?
Yes.
Is this your husband?
Yes.
Do you live together?
Yes.
Are you in fear of him? You'll need to answer out loud.
No, Your Honor.
And do you feel safe living together?
Yes.
Okay, most of your questions you've been able to answer me very quickly, like when I asked your relationship. When I asked you if you felt safe living together, do you feel safe living together?
Safe living with him.
Okay.
I just want us to go to counseling.
I can't
I said, I just want us to go to marital counseling.
I can't force him to go to marital counseling at this point. Do you want him to return home?
Yes.
Okay. And I see that alcohol was involved, right?
Well, I was in my sleep and woke up out of my sleep, so I don't know if alcohol, it was like 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning. We were all at home.
State, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
State, any objection to pretrial release with
No.
conditions?
No objection, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. Corrections, how long ago was that injunction? And who was the victim?
Let me see, Judge, give me.
Just noticed that. It's not an orange.
No, I think it's out of state, Judge. Yeah.
Anything?
Let's see.
Ma'am, have you ever had to get an injunction for protection from your husband,
No.
Mr. Bosley?
No.
And how many years have you been married?
7.
All right, I'm putting you on straight pretrial release.
Yes, ma'am.
You're to have no hostile contact with your wife. That means you can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate her. You're not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail.
Yes,
And you're not to possess, use, or consume any alcohol or any illegal drugs. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bosley.
Thank you.
Ron, I'm looking right now. We don't have anything about the injunction. He has California history, but dates back in 2008, but it doesn't specify anything as far as the injunction.
Okay, thank you for that information. Shori and George is next. Victoria Mustov. Good morning, ma'am. Do you want a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Please.
You were arrested, I'll appoint a public defender. Ma'am, I find probable cause you were arrested for a charge of battery domestic violence. Give me just a moment. Ma'am, your name, please? Good morning, ma'am.
Victoria Muzav.
And is this your mom?
Yes.
Were you living, does she live with you?
Yes.
And are you in fear of your mom?
No.
Do you want her to return home?
Yes.
And I see that alcohol was a factor in this. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you'll need to answer out loud.
Yes.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, based on the facts of this case, I'm going to set the bond at $500. Miss George, you're to have no hostile contact with your daughter. That means you can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate her. You're also not allowed to consume any illegal drugs or any alcohol while this is going on. If you own any weapons, you're no longer allowed to. They need to be surrendered within 2 hours of your release. Miss George, do you have any questions? Any questions, not statements?
Pre-trial release.
You don't qualify for the pretrial release program. Your bond is $500. Can you afford that bond?
I haven't worked. I was actually supposed to go on an interview today to get a traveling job, so.
Your Honor, okay, we didn't qualify you because you say that you were homeless, but your daughter just stated that you all are living together. So if they're living together, Your Honor, and the address is
didn't know
verified
what
in
she was-
court, we can do PTR.
And you feel safe living with her coming back to live with you?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, what?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and modify and strike the monetary bond. I'm gonna put you on straight pretrial release. However, if your daughter asks you to leave, it's your responsibility to leave and advise pretrial release and your lawyers of any changes in address. Ma'am, do you have any questions?
No.
All right, good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. George. David Luke is next.
Get your information. Okay, so I can sit with them. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Sir, what's your name?
David Luque.
Mr. Luque, you were arrested for a charge of battery domestic violence. Do you need a public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. I do find probable cause for this case. Can you afford a bond of $500? If you use a bondsman, it could be as low as $100. I'm going to set your bond at $500. Here are the conditions of your release. You're to have no contact with the victim of this case, Sasha. You must maintain a separate residence. You're not allowed to live where she's living. If you need to get some belongings, you're allowed a one-time return so long as you are accompanied by a police officer. You're not to have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. You're to have no contact with the witness of the case, Eva. Is that your mom?
That's my wife.
Okay, you're to have no contact with Sasha, no contact with Eva. Hold on a second. And you're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or any alcohol. Thank you. The next case I'm addressing is Saman Marah.
If anything wants to be changed in the future, just contact.
Saman Marah is next. How do I pronounce your name, ma'am?
Samani Mirage.
Okay, I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. Ma'am, you were arrested for an offense of battery domestic violence. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I do find that there's probable cause. You're to have no contact with Christian Oliver. You must maintain a separate residence. He can stay there. You're only allowed a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. You're not to have any weapons. They need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release on jail. Based on the time of your last arrest and the nature of the charges, I'm going to set your bond at $500. The next, thank you. Can you afford a $500 bond? Or $100 using a bond?
That means $100.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I'm calling up is Passion McCall. (2023) MM 26810. Ma'am, you were arrested for a charge of battery domestic violence. Do you need a public defender to help you with their criminal charges?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint their services. I do find probable cause has been found for this offense. You're to have no contact with the victim. Based on your criminal history, I'm setting your bond at $750. You must maintain a separate residence from Mr. Harris. I'll do a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. You're not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. Do you have any questions, Ms. McCall?
No.
All right, thank you. And, it's a one-time return, but otherwise no contact. And that one-time return needs to be with the police officer. And she does have a history, and I know she qualifies. Anything else?
Thank you, Your Honor, that's all.
The next person I'm addressing is Traven Robinson, case number 2023 MM2690.
And I know she qualifies. So good luck, okay?
Are you Mr. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am.
Mr. Robinson, do you need a public defender to help you with your charge?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I find probable cause for this offense. Defense counsel, do you want to be heard?
Your Honor, with regards to bond, we would just be asking, he does qualify for pretrial release. We would be asking that either pretrial release be instated or that a low bond be set. I did find the bond schedule, if Your Honor wishes to review it, where it says the standard bond is $500 for domestic violence battery misdemeanor.
There's no standard bond on it. It's actually no bond.
No bond until, my understanding, and I apologize, Your Honor, if I misunderstand, was no bond until initial appearance.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and use my discretion, which is what we're supposed to do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, based on your criminal history and the fact that you just had a conviction for fleeing and attempting to elude, here are my considerations. Those are my considerations. I'm setting your bond at $1,500. You're to have no contact with Sheila Gustave. You must comply with the Department of Children and Families. You must, you're ordered not to have, you need to maintain a separate residence. I'll do a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer, and you're not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Is that going to violate his?
Your Honor, can we have third-party contact for childcare purposes only?
I'll deny that.
You're going to have to talk to the attorney about that in more detail, okay?
The next person I'm addressing is Donald Walker.
Good luck.
Hold Robinson. He may have been out on bond. Stand by on Robin. Okay, no, Robinson's clear. Thank you. The next person I'm addressing is Donald Walker. Sorry for any confusion, corrections. Is his Orange County?
Yes.
All right. Let me check him.
Is that for the VOP judge?
Yeah, I'm going to address that.
Oh.
Is your name Donald Walker? Good morning, Mr. Walker. You were arrested for a crime of battery domestic violence. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender to help you. I'm also seeing, and I find probable cause, I'm seeing that you're already on probation for a felony charge, so I'll address that as well. You are legally entitled to a bond on the domestic violence charge. I'm setting your bond at $1,500. You're to have no contact with the victim of this case or any witnesses. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow, you can't go back to where the victim lives. You cannot contact the victim even for purposes of the children, and you're not allowed to have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. Then you have a felony case number. I believe that is 2000, sorry. Do you have that felony case number for me?
This is 2020 CF 9809, Judge. 20 CF 009809.
Okay, give me just a moment. Since you're on probation, there may be an issue about a violation of probation. Do you want a public defender for that case as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender in case 2020 CF 9809. Let me go ahead and treat.
He does have a 5-day
He already has
run,
one.
and they're going to issue a VOP. I received the report this morning.
Yeah, I see the F.
Yeah, they're going to complete a VO violation of probation.
Oh, but that's for something else. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed to your first appearance on that. Defense counsel, I'm going to treat this. I am finding that there's probable cause for a new law offense. Additionally, Judge Navarro signed a warrant for his arrest. He was placed on probation in case 2020 CF 9809AO for violating his community control. He left his workplace without approval. Would you like to enter a denial in that?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd enter a denial at this
Will be held
time.
at no bond. Thank you. The next case is Juanita Wells.
Take this with you.
Good morning. Are you Miss Wells?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Wells, you were arrested for an offense of battery domestic violence. Do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I find probable cause. I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. You're to have no contact with Christopher Lewis. You must maintain a separate residence. You're not allowed to go back to where Mr. Lewis is living, but I will give you a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer and you're not to possess any weapons. Weapons are to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. Ms. Wells, do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next case I'm addressing is Benjamin Crinton. Are you Mr. Crinton?
Cintron.
Cintron, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here for a warrant out of Polk County, Florida. It's for 2 counts of battery domestic violence as a subsequent offender. You missed your court date. You'll be held at no bond. Thank you, Mr. Cintron. And you're to have no contact with the victim and possess no weapons. Next to you. The next case is Lakeisha Daniels. Good morning. Are you Miss Daniels? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Good morning.
All right, you're here, good morning. You're here for case number 23224 CFD. You're here for a warrant out of Columbia County for dealing in stolen property. Your bond is $25,000. Thank you. If you do post that bond, you need to meet with your bondsman and appear for all future court dates. The next person is Willie Glover.
I don't know nothing about that count.
Your Honor, can we appoint the public defender?
I'll
just for
appoint the
now?
public defender for purposes of the time you're in the Orange County Jail.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next case is Willie
Keep an eye on
Glover.
your case and make sure you get.
Thank you, ma'am. What are we doing? Sir, you're here for a violation of probation out of Lake County, Florida. Mr. Glover, you're being held at no bond. It's alleged you were on probation for possession of a firearm or ammunition by a convicted felon, possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver, selling, manufacturing, or delivering substance with intent to sell, manufacture, or deliver cannabis, and possession of oxy. So you'll remain at no bond status. Thank you, sir. The next case is Simon Bari. Good morning. Your name, please?
Simin Calitberry?
You're here in case number 2022-311-791. You're here for a warrant out of Volusia County, thank you. You missed your court date for driving without a license. You do have a bond of $500. Can you post that bond?
Yes.
All right. When you do bond out, make sure you get in touch with the bonds person if you had one and appear for all future court dates and contact your attorney if you have one. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next case I'm addressing is John Darius Orange. Thank you. Pass. The next case is Fahid St. Louis.
They'll know more about that, okay? Okay. I'll help you out.
Are you Mr. St. Louis?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here for case number 32417A. You're here for warrants out of Bay County, and it's for cashing a deposit item with intent to defraud, grand theft over $25,000, and uttering a forged check. You're being held at no bond status. Would you like a public defender for the time you're here in Orange County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and a public defender is a lawyer. I'll go ahead and appoint them for the time you're in Orange County. Thank you.
Good luck with everything.
Ma'am, what's your name? Come on up.
It's okay.
Oh, wow. Ma'am, you're here for a violation of probation warrant out of Brevard County, Florida. You were placed on probation and it's alleged you violated your probation by engaging in criminal activity on or about constructive possession of cannabis on or about April 6th. And on or about April 6th, you had a warrant that you did not appear for. I'll go ahead and enter denials in the Volusia County case. You're also already addressed a case.
Your Honor, is this for the 2010 CF 013090?
Wait a second, she has two warrants. Hold on a second, my
client-
papers.
I just want to make sure I'm aware as
So
well.
she
what we're-
has 2010. Hold on. We have a warrant. Her probation may have been transferred to Orange. Give me a moment to go through this.
Hang on, we're going to try and find it. You don't have to say anything. 'Cause we don't know.
All right, the case is 2010CF13090AO. I'll rely on the warrant signed by Orange County Circuit Court Judge Brownlee on April 11th. She was placed on probation for kidnapping with intent to commit a felony. It's alleged she violated her probation by possessing, carrying, or owning a weapon without the authority of her probation officer, that she used intoxicants. Shall I enter denials?
We'll enter a denial at this time.
She'll remain at no bond. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion, everybody, on that. The next case is Timothy Becker.
Talk to your attorney until they'll explain it.
Ready, Mr. Becker? Mr. Becker, she'll be in jail. You'll know where to find her and have conversations. Case 2022 CF6143. Good morning. Sorry for the delay. Are you Mr. Becker?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Becker, you're here for a violation of probation for possession of fentanyl as the underlying offense. It's alleged that you didn't comply with STEPS program and that you possessed or had possession of cocaine or a controlled substance. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case? Oh, it's also alleged that you had fentanyl. Shall I enter denials?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll enter denials. You'll remain at no bond. Thank you, Mr. Becker. The next case I'm addressing is Ronald Hale. Good morning, Mr. Hale. You're here for case number 2022 7864. Sir, you were placed on probation for 3 counts of burglary and 2 counts of petty theft with 2 prior convictions. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes.
I'll appoint them to represent you. You're going to be held at no bond. It's alleged that you were unsuccessfully discharged from your treatment program. Shall I enter denials?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize. I appear to have 2 cases for Mr. Hale. So can you tell me the case number again, please?
Sure, it is Timothy Hale. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry, you have 2. So that was case number 2021 CF 13655.
Okay.
I'll address your second case. Thank you, State, for bringing it to my attention. 2022 CF 7864, and that's for burglary of a conveyance with the same factual violation. I'll enter denial, and you'll remain at no bond in that case as well. And that was for burglary, the underlying. The next case I'm addressing is Ralph Hodge. Good morning, Mr. Hodge. You're here for a violation of drug probation for an underlying offense of possession of a controlled substance. Do you want a public defender? Yes. I'll go ahead and appoint them. It's alleged that you violated your probation by testing positive for cocaine in February. It's also alleged that you didn't go to your treatment program or evaluation. I'll enter denials and you'll remain at no bond. Thank you, Mr. Hodge.
Yes, ma'am.
Next person is David Walker.
He's currently on mental health status.
All right, let's go ahead. Do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll waive.
All right, appoint the public defender since he's on mental health and enter denials.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next person is Kimberly Edwards.
Your Honor, I apologize. Just to confirm, he is being held no bond?
Yes, on a violation of probation. I'm staying it for the record. Let me take a look. This is an Orange County violation for Ms. Edwards. Anybody know her time served on the underlying and the new offense? been in 2 days. Does she have any history? Her sheet's showing up clean, but it doesn't make sense, actually.
Well, she has some history. Yeah, pull it up.
She only has 1 day in, right? Or 2?
Your Honor, she has 4 felonies, 4 misdemeanors, 3 failure to appears. Her last one was back in 2021. Her last conviction was December 8th of 22 for the petty.
Got it. All right. I've read the recommendations of probation as well. And I'll give you time to talk about it with her while I go over the paperwork, because this one's going to take a minute. Ma'am, you were placed on probation back in December, so back on December 8th specifically for petty theft of $100 or more. It's alleged that you had a new offense, a possession of drug paraphernalia, violation of Condition 5, associating with persons engaged in criminal activity, that you failed to keep your appointments on March 13th, 28th, and April 7th, that you possessed or used unlawful substances, specifically meth, and you were arrested for that, and you failed to do an impulse control class. If she would like to admit to the technicals, specifically the special condition of impulse control class, and Condition 7, failing to go to her appointments, she has 1 day in. I will do a 7-day Orange County jail sentence and revoke and terminate her. Otherwise, she's in at no bond.
Understood, and that would resolve this case
I'm
completely,
sorry,
Your
she has
Honor.
2 in, so it would be 5. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I just want to confirm, so this would completely resolve her case then?
It would resolve her VOP that's in front of Judge Duckworth, but she may have paraphernalia and meth charges.
Understood, if I can have
She would I would just ask her, if you're inclined, she could just admit to the technicals.
And then you said 7 days, Your Honor?
7 days with credit for 2. Anything else I need to look at beforehand? 33 days? I'll give you a minute to go over that while I go over my paperwork.
Essentially, I can go.
And she would be adjudicated, of course.
Sorry, say that.
She would be adjudicated if she was not previously.
There's an adjudication of, looks like you're pretty adjudicated. Petty thefts are inhatable offenses, so 3 of them, third one's a felony.
How's the afternoon look?
This is done here.
It's a thick docket, Judge. 12 Spanish.
Oy.
Your Honor, she'd like to take the offer from the bench today. I will prepare a plea
Okay,
form.
you can go ahead and it's an admission form, so see if we have one and we'll take that. Have it in your office?
I'm sure we do,
Do you
Your
want to
Honor.
recall her at session 2?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry for yelling in the mic. Yes, Your Honor, that would work. I can see if someone can run it over now, or if you want to wait until
Well, let's
session
do
2.
33 days. If it's run over before I finish the 33 days, I can go ahead and do it. Otherwise, I would hear session 2.
Need to get the plea forms.
Okay.
I have to wait until session 2 to resolve.
So just stand by, correction, just go ahead and tell her where to go. Let's go ahead and go to 33-day motions. First case number is Dennis Redazowski, case number 2023 CF299AO. State, did you file a no information? Notice of non-filing, rather?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll go ahead and grant that one. The next case is Brent Smelzer, case number 2023 CF3492. No information. I'll go ahead and grant that case. The next case that I'm addressing is defendant RC, case number 2023 CF 3536AO. State.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
And then the next case I'm addressing is John Daniel McFarland, 2023 CF 3535AO.
Denied, and information was filed.
Denied. The next case I'm addressing is case number 2022 CF 8376AO. Last name Stewart, first name Mandel.
Denied, information was filed.
The next case I'm addressing is Jeffrey Fernandez, case number 2023 CF 2426AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. And then the next case I have is Bernadette Elaine Marshall, case number 2023 CF 3504.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Granted. The next case I have is Alexander Rivera Colazo, case 23 CF 1427AO.
Denied, information was filed.
After that, I have Shanika Jeanette Thompson, case 2023 CF 2340AO.
Denied, information was filed.
And then after that, I have Charles Jr. Sanfleur, case number 2023 CF 3622AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
And then I have Demi Hazard, case number 2023 CF 3372AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
All right. Defense, I haven't worked with you before. I don't think I have, and if I have, I apologize for not recalling.
We have not.
Sometimes state makes better offers than me. I'll consider that. But sometimes I don't follow that. My offers may be better or worse than theirs.
Understood.
All right, court will be in recess. I'm going to go off record. We'll start off with Edwards when we resume. Defendant's name, Jonathan Neer Neves Pagan, Neves Pagan, 23 CF 5149. Was arrested for burglary of an occupied conveyance. I don't have PC for that. Then I also have 23, why don't we write things down? Simone Pierre, case number 23 CF 5123A. I don't have PC as to some of them. I might be wrong, so I'll hear from both sides. But let me give the clerk a moment.
Your Honor, with regard to Simeon, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that the one that I said? Simeon? Okay. This is the affidavit as to the supplemental, perhaps?
Yes, Your Honor. You will note that it is unsworn. I know that it's unsworn. I was just able to get that. I'm asking you to review that. So you can take that into consideration. The state is obviously going to ask for the 24 hours and possibly even 48. But you can see what actually did happen, and I'm going to ask for the additional time so that it can be sworn or so for the state to obtain a jurat.
We'll go ahead and. Here's the one that was on my desk. Here's the ones from this. VOP admission. Are we ready on Edwards?
So she still do. I think she went back to because she printed off the form, Your Honor. Can we move, can we do the first move up?
Sure. We'll do, I thought we're Spanish interpreters.
Oh, Spanish. We were going over the plea form. Okay. I said we can do Spanish.
Is she ready on it, or can I do the Spanish
Do
interpreters?
the Spanish first, since she's still going over.
We can do the Spanish, Your Honor. Can you just-
Good afternoon. This is Laura Arroyo, State Certified Interpreter and previously sworn.
Thank you, Ms. Arroyo. This is Judge Bigney, BRC 1, continuing first appearances. I'll wait for a defendant, then have you sound checked.
Connection is established.
Thank you. Sir, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Just respond in Spanish. Case 2022 CF 10186AO. Defendant is your name Yoel Abreu Mercado?
Yes.
Sir, you missed your court date to address a possession of cocaine charge with intent to sell or deliver. You're now being held at no bond. The Public Defender's Office will continue to represent you. Thank you.
You have to talk to your attorney in more detail, okay?
I'm sorry, what was the name?
This name?
Jorge Caraseco.
So you have to talk to your attorney. Good luck, okay? And you're gonna go that way. I figured.
Jorge David Caraseco. Good afternoon, sir. You're here in case 23 CF 4360AO. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you based on you not speaking English, because you need a foreign language interpreter. You're here for a charge of failure to report or register as a sex offender. Probable cause has been found. I'm going to set your bond at $2,000. Within the next business day, from the time of your release, you need to comply with all reporting requirements. Thank you. sorry. The next person is Luis Javier Fonseca Caraseco. Luis Javier Fonseca Caraseco. Case 22 CF 142180AO. Sir, I'm going to appoint a public defender since you do not understand English and need a language interpreter. You are arrested and I find probable cause for dealing in stolen property, receiving money from pawnbroker, petty theft, count four, dealing in stolen property, and count 5, receiving money from pawnbroker. I'm going to stay all the bonds. Your total bond is $2,100. Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize. On my paperwork, I only have the first 3 counts. Can you tell me what the bonds are for counts 4 and 5?
Sure. Count 1, $1,500. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5, $150 per count.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can take the headset off now. The next case is 2023 CF 5141, Edward Garcia. Mr. Garcia, I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. You were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of cannabis. I find probable cause. I'll stay your bonds at $1,100. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. The next person I'm addressing is 23 CF 4413, Juan Pablo Quintero Jaramillo. Sir, I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your criminal charges. Would you like a lawyer? Yes or no?
And Your Honor.
Yes, I have an attorney.
Who's your lawyer?
No sé, ayer me dieron una llamada para llamar a la casa y yo llamé y ella dije, mamá dijo que el abogado venía, no sé.
Yesterday, I don't know. Yesterday, I called home. They were able to call me back and tell me that they spoke to the attorney last night and he was supposed to appear.
Do you want me to address your case now or reset you for tomorrow so you can hire your own attorney?
Sí, para que venga el abogado porque él me dijo pues que no dijera nada.
Yes, I'd like my attorney to be there because he told me not to say a word.
Roll till tomorrow. Defendant wants time to hire counsel. For the record, PC has been found. Thank you. We'll reset your case for tomorrow. In the meantime, you are not to have any contact with the victim or the victim's family. The next case number is 2023 CF 5167AO, Salvador Ramirez Chacon. Sir, would you like a lawyer to help you with your case?
The interpreter cannot hear him.
Sir, you'll need to.
No tengo.
I don't have one.
Do you want one?
Sí.
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender. I find probable cause for possession of an anti-shoplifting device as well as petty theft. I'll stay the bond. Your total bond is $1,100. No return to the scene of the crime, the Saks Fifth Avenue outlet store. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd also ask that there be no contact with the co-defendant.
How are you related to Ms. Tamayo?
Somos primos. Somos primos.
We're cousins.
I'm going to overrule that and deny that request. Thank you. The next case is 23 CF 5139, 22 CT 4704, and 2021 CF 8704AO. Defendant is Will Ramon Ramos Santiago. Sir, you were arrested for new charges. They're felony, under a felony case number for driving with license suspended or revoked as a third or subsequent offender. I find probable cause as well as possession of drug paraphernalia. Your bond total is going to be stayed at $2,600 total. However, on case 22 CT 4707AO, you're out on bond for driving with license suspended. I'm revoking your bond and setting it none. In case number 2021 CF 8704AO, defense counsel, since he's no bond on one case, do you want me to take any action on that?
We'd ask that you take no action, Your Honor.
Okay, no action taken. Thank you, Mr. Ramos Santiago. The next case is case number 23 CF 5166AO. Yasiner Tamayo. Sir, do you want a public defender to appoint you to help you with your case? It's a lawyer.
Yes.
I'll appoint the public defender based on the need because he does not speak English. You were arrested for possession of an anti-shoplifting device and petty theft. I find probable cause. Your bond total is $1,100. No return to the scene of the crime, the Saks Fifth Avenue outlet. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
The next case is 2023 CF 4400AO. Is your name Jose Ramiro Valencia Hernandez?
Yes.
I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your criminal charges. You were arrested and probable cause has been found for robbery, grand theft third degree, and aggravated battery. You're to have no contact with the victim. Do you live with the victim?
No.
You're also not allowed to have any weapons. Again, no contact. I'm going to stay your bond. Your bond total is $12,000, and the public defender will be appointed since English is not a language familiar to you.
And Your Honor, he does have an ICE hold as well.
I am also advising you that because of your immigration status, there is also hold, so even if you post bond, there may be the hold based on your immigration status. Thank you. Everybody, is that all for the Spanish interpreter? All right. I'm going to go offline. Have a good weekend, Ms. Arroyo.
You too.
Are you ready on the Edwards case?
Yes.
Can I have the admission form?
Your Honor, she's coming up and she does.
Guess I missed one.
Defense counsel, can you approach with the admission form?
Yes, Your Honor, she just didn't initial it in the back, so I'm gonna have her initial it here.
Needs to be signed.
What's up?
Did you see him already Spanish?
Yes.
Failure to register.
You need to. I mean, you got bond.
Well, he's not a registered sex offender.
Sign right here.
She didn't revoke his bond.
On the actual case.
On record on 22 MM 244AA. Your name, ma'am?
Kimberly Edwards.
And Ms. Edwards, do you want a public defender to continue to help you with your case? A lawyer?
With this case,
Do you want a lawyer to help you with your violation of probation? Yes or no?
did I just sign a piece of paper saying?
Do you want to stand with your client so she,
Yes, or yeah.
just a good practice?
Yes,
Do you want a lawyer to help you with your case?
a public defender, yes. ma'am.
Sure. And have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medication that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now? And your public defender gave you an admission form. Did you read it?
Yes, I did.
Did you have enough time to talk to her about it?
Yes, we
And,
went over it.
and what's the highest grade that you finished in school?
9.
Okay, and did you sign the paper? You can approach with it. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, I did sign the paper.
All right. You were placed on probation in December of 2022 for petty theft. Do you admit or deny possession of drug paraphernalia? Admit or deny?
She'll deny that one, Your Honor. We will admit to the
You
technical.
go ahead and advise her.
Yes.
Deny.
Admit or deny? As to violation of condition 4, do you admit or deny associating with persons engaged in criminal activity? Admit or deny? As to condition 7, do you admit or deny failing to meet with your probation officer on March 13th, March 28th, and April 7th of this year? Admit or deny?
Admit.
Do you admit or deny violating condition 10, which is consuming unlawful substances, to wit, methamphetamines?
Deny.
And do you admit or deny failing to comply with the special condition of completing an impulse control class?
Admit.
Did anybody force you to admit to these violations of law?
No, ma'am.
And just as a reminder, you were previously adjudicated of the crime of petty theft. If you commit a future act of petty theft, you can be charged with a felony despite the value of the items. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
And did anybody force you to make these admissions? I understand I'm repeating myself.
No, Your Honor.
And do you understand that this, that future charges for drug paraphernalia and methamphetamines can still be pursued against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll go ahead and proceed to sentencing on this petty theft. At this time, I'm adjudicating you guilty if you were not previously. I'm sentencing you to 7 days in the county jail with credit for 2 days' time served. You're to have no return to the scene of the crime. Any financial obligations will become part of your court costs. I'm also revoking and terminating your term of probation. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence. If you can't afford counsel, one would be appointed to represent you. I'm going to give you 1 year, so until April 21st of 2024 to meet any financial obligations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
We'll work your case in, Mr. Nate. The next case I'm addressing is Purif Alsim. Sir, you were arrested for a charge of trespass on property after warning. I have a 3-day offer. You have credit for 2. You would be released no later than
Your Honor.
tomorrow. Do you want to accept, do you need a lawyer?
Your Honor, we'd ask if you can stay the bond for this one.
All right, I do find probable cause. I'll stay the bond, no return to the scene of the crime. Yes, staying at 5.
500.
The next person I'm addressing is Glenn Borders. Can I see a, yes, ma'am. I think so. Yes. She's, Keith Powell, I can address that one. I'm ready on, yeah. Borders was also a move up. What? Borders. I have Cowell. So let me give this back to you. On record on 23 MM 2700AO, Keith Cowell. Sir, are you Mr. Cowell?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cowell, you were arrested for trespass on property.
Yeah.
I will give you a 3-day offer. You have credit for 1 day, so you'd be released tomorrow. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
Yeah. I can't hear very good.
Can we give him an assist?
I've
Thank
had
you.
4 strokes.
Hold on a second.
And Your Honor, if I may, we just had him yesterday. He suffered from some strokes. He prefers to stay in jail to get some help and services. I just wanted to let the court, make the court aware of that. I would recommend staying the bond, but we could also ask him, I just wanted you to know what was happening with him. He wanted help. He doesn't have any way to get services.
Thank you.
Your
Mr.
Honor?
Cowell, you were arrested for trespass on property after warning. I would have you released tomorrow if you wanted to accept a plea. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, okay.
Do you need a lawyer?
Echoing real bad in here.
Do you want a lawyer, yes or no?
I think it's a little too loud, Your Honor.
I can't hear in here. You hear everything in there.
Do you want a lawyer, yes or no?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions. Plea form, please. How do you plead to the crime of trespass on property after warning?
Guilty.
And do you understand what guilty means?
Yeah, it means I'm going to jail.
You're going to be released in a couple of days. Sir, did anybody force you to say guilty?
No.
And do you understand that you're not going to be allowed to go back to that location, the Millennia ER?
Yeah, I understand. I was just going to a hotel. I was going to use services.
Your Honor, may we approach?
I have nothing showing competency issues in my paperwork. Yes. I can't use the jail as, and I feel terrible. I mean, as a human, I feel terrible. But legally, if he wants to accept a plea,
Can't see it, I can't.
Yeah, I know. No, I know you need help. That's
but he just said guilty. I'll run it by him again.
I'm trying to
I
get you help.
can't use the jail for services, though. I mean, I as a human, I feel terrible. I understand what everybody wants, but, sir, do you understand that you would be released tomorrow if you entered a plea, correct?
I need to stay here to get some help because I really need some help. You know, I've had 4 or 5 strokes, and you know, it's not getting any better.
I'm going to ask you another question. You entered a plea of guilty. If you say that if you plead guilty or no contest, you'll be released tomorrow. If you enter a plea of not guilty, I will appoint a public defender based on what you've told me. First of all, do you want a lawyer to help you with your case? Yes? Counsel, we need to let him make a decision.
Okay.
No, stay right there, Mr. Cowell.
Oh,
You okay?
I can't see.
Can you hear?
No, I'm good.
So the judges asked you a
So
question.
do you understand everything that's going on? I know that you had a medical condition. I understand that you had a stroke. But a stroke doesn't, do you feel like you understand what's going on?
It's kind of, I just trying to get some more some help here, you know, where I can get better and get back on with my life.
And I don't know what that means. Get better is ambiguous and it means something different for everybody. Do you know what day of the week it is?
What day it is?
Yeah. Or what month?
I have no idea. I forget, you know.
Okay, do you know what month it is?
No, it's probably July or something like that.
Do you want a lawyer to help you with your case? All right, based on his lack of responses and the interruptions and the incoherences, I'll appoint a public defender. I'll go ahead and stay the bond fine probable cause. Thank you. Can I have Glenn Borders' paperwork?
Your Honor, what was the last name?
Borders, B-O-R-D-E-S. Did he bond?
Yeah, we don't.
So you got a bond of $500.
All right, thank you. The next person is Gabriel Morales.
You're gonna go back that way. That way.
When you turn around,
Mhm.
it goes
You're going the
slow,
wrong way.
Mr. Cowley. You're going that way, baby. Take
You
your
got it?
time. Take your time. Grab the wall.
Thank you, sir. Gabriel Morales. Mr. Morales, you were arrested for a charge of trespass on property. If you would like to resolve your case today, it's a withhold time served offer. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions. If at any point you change your mind and you need a lawyer, let me know. If you would, guilty means that you're admitting that you were at the car wash. No contest means you're not admitting it or denying it, but you feel it's in your best interest to finish your case. And not guilty means that you're denying it and you want a trial in the future. Do you understand my explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to enter a plea of guilty or no contest or not guilty?
To be honest, I just want to go home. I mean, I wasn't even at the car wash. I mean, I was.
So the next question I have for you is, do you need a public defender, that's a lawyer, to help you with your case?
No.
All right.
I just plead guilty then.
Okay,
That's,
so you're pleading guilty.
yeah, whatever just gonna help me go home fast.
Like, I can accept a plea of no contest, which means you're not admitting or denying the charge. You just want to resolve
No.
it because you believe it's in your best interest. Would you
No
like to do that?
contest. No contest.
And what's the highest grade that you finished in school, Mr. Morales?
I completed school.
Can you high
I
school?
graduated, yes.
Can you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there's a paper in front of you. If you agree to the terms, go ahead and sign it if you've read it and agree. Mr. Morales, have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medicine that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on?
No, ma'am.
And I see that you signed the paper. Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you were on probation for any past crimes, by entering a plea today, your terms of probation would be violated. Do you understand that too?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed. That's if you have that kind of criminal history. Do you understand my question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, I'll go ahead and accept your plea of no contest. Find that you waived your right to counsel. I'll withhold adjudication, do a time-served sentence. You'll be released today. Sir, you owe court costs in the amount of $279. You have 1 year to pay that to the clerk of court, and you can't go back to the car wash. Do you have any questions?
Yes. When I'm ready to pay the 200, like who do I send it to?
The Orange County Clerk of Court. It will be on your paperwork.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
The next person is Larry Odoms.
Your Honor, the state made a 15-day Orange County jail offer.
I'm sorry, what?
The state made an offer of 15 days Orange County jail.
No, on the out on bond, I was going to do the same. What about on the new case?
It was just 15 days across the board for both, Your Honor.
Okay, so he has 12 days time served on the out on bond.
That's fine.
All right. Mr. Odom, you were arrested for a new offense of trespass on property after warning at a Lynx bus stop. You're also already out on bond, and you don't have an attorney for a charge of trespass. If you would like to resolve both of these cases, I would do a 15-day jail offer, so you would be released in about 11 days. Would you like to do that? Do you need any time to speak with the public defender?
No.
I'll give you a moment to sign the paperwork. Mr. Odoms, have you consumed any drugs, alcohol, or medicine that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now? Can you read, write, and understand the English language?
I could sound out words.
What?
I could sound out words.
What did he say?
Sound out words.
You can sound.
You sound out words? Can you understand me okay?
Yeah.
And were you able to read this and understand it? And you signed it, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you understand if you were on probation at the time you committed this crime, by pleading today, your probation would be violated? If you were on probation.
Yeah.
And if you're not a United States citizen, Mr. Odoms, you will be subject to deportation. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that too? But I don't think you have that history. And how do you plead to the trespass from April 6th? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contents.
And how do you plead to the trespass that occurred at Lynx on the 20th, so yesterday?
No contents.
And you understand what that means?
Yes.
At this time, I'll adjudicate him guilty. I'm ordering that you have no return to the scene of the crimes. On the case ending in 2328, adjudication 15 days with credit for 12 days time served. And on the new case, adjudication 15 days with credit for 3 days time served. This is a concurrent sentence. I'll do your court cost, and it's gonna be due in 1 year from today, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Good luck. The next case is Alexander Allen. Mr. Allen, do you need a public defender for case number 23 CF5122? It's a felony charge.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I find that there's probable cause. I'm going to stay the bond. Your total bond for burglary of a structure and petty theft is $3,650. No return to the scene of the crime, the Dynamic Auto Store, and no contact with the victim. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, you gave me bond, right?
I did.
Thank you so very much. I won't miss my job this weekend.
I don't know.
No, I've been there for 8 years,
Your Honor,
that's why.
if I can
Thank you, Your
clarify,
Honor.
The next person is Tiara Dickerson.
Wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Your Honor, that was the bond on the pretrial violation, or the pretrial?
It was the
release?
add-on case, whatever case number I put on record.
Violation.
Okay.
It was the burglary from Dynamic where it was alleged she took the tires.
That was on the no bond.
Don't say anything. It's fine. Okay.
That was on no bond, right?
I have to double check. Talk to your
We'll work
attorney.
you in as soon as we can. Did you like corrections and the clerks? Okay, thank you. Who's the next person I have? Good morning, good afternoon. What's your name?
My name
It doesn't even say the number.
Ms. Dickerson, you're here for a number of cases. Let me go ahead and address them.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need a public defender to help you with your cases?
Yes, ma'am.
707174. I think she is. Does she have everybody's showing 3 cases? There's.
Yeah, I have 3 too, Your Honor.
Okay.
These are add-on charges.
All right. Case number 2023 CF5070AO. You're here for count 1, burglary of a dwelling, count 2, petty theft. Probable cause has been found. No return to the scene of the crime. No contact with the victim. Bond is stayed at $5,100. In case number 2023 CF5071AO, this is a burglary of a dwelling and grand theft that occurred on or about March 22nd. Probable cause has been found. No return to the scene of the crime. No contact with the victim. Bond is stayed at $5,150 total. And finally, case number 2023 CF5074AO. Sir, ma'am, you're here for a charge of burglary of a dwelling, criminal mischief, and petty theft that was alleged to have occurred on or about March 27th. No contact with the victim, no return to the scene of the crime. Bond is stayed at a total of $5,300. Thank you.
And get all.
So I can bond out?
You have, I don't know if there's any other holds, but I believe so.
You can bond out.
Oh, actually, wait. I found a case that she had. I don't know why it didn't show up on a hold.
Quick case, Your Honor, because she's also here on the 2023 CF 5091, but that was already addressed.
What about 2023 CF 4061?
4061. I have that. Let's see.
But she was out on bond on a, it's just not showing.
Oh, okay, Your Honor, she was out on bond on a 2023 CF 176480. Judge Jewett took no action on that.
Okay.
And she was also out on bond on the 4061 case. He took no action on that as well, Your Honor.
Yeah, but that was 7640 and 4061.
Yes, yes.
What about 2023 CF 4061?
Yeah, that's the case he took no action on.
Oh,
These
okay.
cases that you addressed today, they're add-on cases.
All right. I'll go ahead and take no action
Yeah.
then. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next person up is Gabriel Morales. I'm sorry, strike that.
I believe so, yes. I
Donald Wayne Gibson. Donald Wayne Gibson, come on up. Mr. Gibson, you're here in case number 23 CF 5114AO. These are felony charges. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Probable cause has
Your
been
Honor, I
charged.
apologize to interrupt, but there is a probable cause argument for this one.
Well, let me tell him why you were arrested for burglary of an occupied dwelling and criminal mischief. Yes, defense counsel.
Your Honor, after reviewing the four corners of the police report, I don't think there has been establishment of the crime therein. This is a burglary of an occupied dwelling. There needs to be established that there was intent to commit a crime therein. Additionally, for the criminal mischief, which could not count for the crime therein, as I believe this was the one where he broke something to enter, which has to be separate. Essentially, for it to be the crime therein, it has to be separate from the entering of the burglary. Additionally, for the criminal mischief, there has been no value established. If I remember correctly, the victim simply states that he believes it might be $1,000 to fix the door, but I don't believe that he gives any reason for that or where that number came from. For those reasons, we would argue that there's no crime therein, it's simply a trespass, and that there's no value for the felony criminal mischief.
State, give me, before you respond, give me a moment to double check my paperwork or the affidavit. Ex-boyfriend. Donald Kevin. What says the state?
Your Honor, I understand that a crime therein was not committed. However, I believe
Intent
from
to?
the totality, it can be inferred that the intent was there. The defendant went to the home after he was left at a concert. He went there, he was visibly angry. He kicked the door in and he was searching for the person who left him. He also made comment that he believed that Gustavo was only dating him for his money. I believe based on all of that, it can be inferred that there was an intent to commit a crime therein.
I'm going to overrule the objection to probable cause, finding probable cause, and I'll give him just. Does he have any priors? Does Gibson have any priors? I'll give him subsidiary bond on count 2 at $150, so his bond total is $5,150. No contact with the victim, no return to the scene of the crime. But because of the nature of the offense, I'm also going to order that you not have any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours if you're released from jail. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, flip everything over. Then, what? Howard, how far down in the stack is that? Yeah, I'm bad at this. Oh, found it. We're gonna work in Howard shortly. What's your name, ma'am?
Henderson, Chantel Henderson.
What, I'm sorry, what is it?
Chantel Henderson.
Ms. Henderson, you're here in case number 2023 CF 5115AO. It's an add-on charge. Do you want a public defender to help you with your case?
Public defender.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. I find probable cause has been found for possession of MDMA, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting officer without violence. We'll stay at the bond as listed, so your total bond is $1,200. Thank you. The next person.
Nope, you're no bond.
Sir, what's your name?
Joshua Velasquez.
Mr. Velasquez, step on forward. Mr. Velasquez, you were arrested for a charge of burglary of a structure. The bond actually came in incorrectly. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
I would like one.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. I find probable cause for a charge of burglary of a structure. I'm modifying your bond to, I'm gonna do a reduced bond. I'll set your bond at $2,500 since you don't have any history and no contact with the victim. Thank you.
And I apologize, Your Honor, what was that bond?
$2,500. The next case I have is Essie Ward or Tanisha Howard. Which? Why? I don't know who I have. There's nobody up there. Thank you.
You'll have to talk to them more later.
Or the order's bonded. Who's next? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did you say something about Essie Ward? I have Essie Ward or Tanisha Howard, whoever's next. In case number 2023 CF 5121, Essie Ward, she's here for a charge of burglary of a conveyance. I'll appoint the services of the public defender. I do find probable cause.
Your Honor, I apologize. This is, I don't know if this one was previously brought up, but there is a probable cause argument regarding the burglary of this one.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, in this one, the defendant was simply found sleeping in the vehicle. There was nothing to establish intent to commit a crime therein besides the trespass, a place to sleep. Therefore, Your Honor, we would argue that this is simply a trespass, not a burglary.
What says the state?
State actually has no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll find probable cause to a lesser of trespass.
Trespassing a conveyance, statute would be 810.08.
All right, in case number 23 CF 5121, I find probable cause for a lesser included offense as listed by the state. She is entitled to a monetary bond based on the facts in her history. I'm going to set the bond at $1,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
And are you waiving?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll waive her appearance.
All right, thank you. Who's next? Tanisha Howard. Whose case is this?
Mary Jane Cooper. I'm
All right.
here on behalf of Ms. Howard.
All right. Ms. Howard, you're out on, excuse me, you're here for a new charge in 2023 MO 548AO. It's a state misdemeanor violation, to wit marijuana. And I do find probable cause. Your bond is $250 on that, but you're out on bond, so there is a hold in case number 2023 CF 478AO.
Judge,
any argument on?
Judge, may we approach?
Why do we? Can't make the argument from the podium?
I can. The state advised that we approach, so I was asking to approach, but I can make the argument from here.
You can.
Judge, we would just ask that the court take no action. I did talk to the state. They did not have an objection to the court taking no action In the case that she's out on bond in this particular instance, this is a constructive possession. The vehicle, as indicated in the arrest affidavit, did not belong to the defendant, and there's no information to prove that she even had knowledge of its being within the cup holder. It appears that it was concealed inside of a napkin. Judge, I would just ask for ROR. The state advised that they did not have an objection to ROR on
I
this.
do. It's still, I know the state doesn't charge it, but this is a city offense, and she's out on bond and she has new charges.
The city of Orlando actually has a requirement that the marijuana possession, simple marijuana possession, is supposed to be a ticket. It's supposed to be a citation, not an arrest. So actually, I'm quite.
Take an option to do either. State, do you have any objection to what she's asking for on the no action?
I don't, Your Honor.
Yeah, you don't want to know my background on the ordinance violations and how they proceed on that. So yes, I'm finding probable cause. No, I'm not RORing her on the new misdemeanor violation. I'll stay it at 250, but I'll take no action on the CF case number.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, who's next?
Your Honor, if we're going to the docket,
The next person I'm showing is Jarrett Champion. I'm just trying to work in Mr. Nape's case. So where are we at with Jarrett Champion?
Your Honor, there's an offer of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return, that Ms. George conveyed to Mr. Champion, and I believe he wishes to accept that offer.
I'll do a 4 days. He has credit for two. He has 28 misdemeanors, so I'm not going to time serve him. And no return to the 7-Eleven.
She won't agree to time served.
And he has an open case, but I'll take no action on that.
4 days, Your Honor, credit for
4 days with credit for 2.
She won't do credit time served, but she'll do 4 days credit for 2. Would you like to accept that offer?
How does he want to proceed?
Your Honor, he'd like to enter a plea of no contest.
Mr. Jarrett, do you need a public defender for purposes of your plea? You'll need to answer out loud. Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now?
No, ma'am.
And what's the highest grade that you finished in school?
12.
All right. How do you plead to the charge of possession of drug paraphernalia? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And how do you plead to count 2, trespass?
No contest.
And do you understand what no contest means?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody force you to say no contest?
No.
And do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed this offense, by entering a plea today, your probation would be violated? If you have a criminal history, Mr. Champion, of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that as well?
Yes.
And do you understand you'd be subject to deportation by entering a plea if you're not a United States citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 4 days in the county jail to run concurrent as to 1 and 2 with credit for 2 days' time served. No return to the scene of the crime, that's 7-Eleven, and pay your court costs within 1 year. Do you have any questions, Mr. Champion? You have 30 days to appeal. Good luck to you, sir. The next person I'm addressing is Sincere Dupree. Dupree, Sincere?
he refuses appearance, Your Honor.
All right, in case number 2023 MM26850, because of the refusal, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I find probable cause for the charge of battery. I'm staying the bond at $500. Based on his refusal, this will be treated as a waiver. No return to the scene of the crime, no return to Quest, no return to Universal, and no contact with the victim. The next person I'm addressing is Vladimir Pena Sanchez. The next person is Makasir Rahman.
He's not here due to behavior reasons, Your Honor.
Case number 2023 MM2688. I find probable cause for a charge of trespass on property after warning, no return, stay the bond at $500. I'll appoint a public defender. Are you waiving?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Demarius Taylor. Are you Mr. Taylor?
Marius Taylor. Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
Mr. Taylor. Sorry for the wait. You were arrested for a charge of failure to leave property. It's a McDonald's case. You have a long history. So wait, before you say anything, It's a 4-day offer. You have credit for 2. That would mean you're probably released tomorrow. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am, I take a public defender, but
Okay.
I also would like to just notify that this is the same police station, and I've been trying to notify people and let them know that there's some type of issue going on. I know Winter Garden is changing, and they're doing the gentrification and everything over there.
You can't go back to that McDonald's. They don't
I'm
want
not-
you
I'm
there.
not worried
So how
about-
does he, I'll give you a moment to talk to him about the 4-day offer.
I wasn't
can't
on.
institute any policy changes at this time, and from where I'm sitting.
We're just willing to give you 4 days, Orange County Jail. Offer, or do you want
All right, what would you like to do on Mr. Taylor's case?
offer, or you gotta?
John, could I please have, if I'll take the plea, I'm more than happy to take the plea for doing something I didn't do, because I wasn't on that property.
And you can enter a plea of no
I'm
contest.
asking if I could just at least have a time served, please.
I'll
I have a
deny that
job,
request.
And I work, and I've just started another job at Cracker Barrel, and this whole deal is
Counsel,
not
You
fair.
can talk to your client.
4 days. Credit
I
for
can
2
treat
days.
this as a refusal or enter a plea of not guilty if he'd like.
You want
If he
this plea
has
or
a
not?
job, he can pay his court cost even sooner.
You want this plea or not? She's gonna hunt it, meaning you're gonna have to bond out.
Sir, you have an attorney. Mr. Taylor, you were arrested and I find probable cause. The bond is $500 for a charge of trespass. How do you plead? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No, I'll take the no contest.
No contest, Your Honor.
How do you plead, sir?
No contest.
And do you understand what no contest means?
Yes, I understand.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medicine that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now?
I'm just under influence that.
Okay, and did you-
Nobody don't care out here. Y'all got.
Did
a
you,
whole nother
I can't
agenda.
force you to take a plea, so I'm going to go ahead and stay his bond at $500. Thank you.
Understood, Your Honor.
No return, Your Honor?
No return.
Good luck.
Darius Taylor's next.
That's him. Oh, no.
No, this
fine.
is, the next
No.
person is Darius, not Demarius. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Taylor?
How are you doing, man?
I'm well. How are you? You were arrested in case number 2023 MM2558W for charges of possession of cannabis and possession of drugs and failure to have an ID. So I'm going to reduce your bond. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. On count 2, I'm going to modify that, I'll modify both of these bonds to actually $100 apiece. So your bond is $200, but there is a hold on you for some kind of probation activity. Thank you.
So you have another hold, but that's for this case.
The next person is David Williams. David Nicholas Williams.
Depends if you have a hold.
Your Honor, the offer from the state is 5 days in Orange County Jail.
I was going to do 7, but I'll do the 5. Are you David Williams?
No.
Mr. Williams, you're here for a charge of trespass on property after boarding. I find probable cause for this offense at Wawa. If you would like to resolve your case today, it's a 5-day jail offer with credit for 2. Otherwise, I would stay the bond at $500. Do you need a public defender, yes or no? How do you plead to the crime of trespass on property? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
Yes.
And did anybody force you to say guilty?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand what guilty means?
Yes.
Go ahead and sign that paperwork if you agree to the terms. Sir, do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed this crime, your probation would be violated?
No.
If you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today. Do you understand that? And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that too? Do you need any more time to talk to a lawyer? All right, at this time and that was a plea of guilty, right? You'll need to speak a little louder. I can't hear you.
No.
You entered a plea of guilty, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit, sentence you to 5 days in the county jail with credit for 2 days' time served. No return to the Wawa, the scene of the crime down the street, and you're to pay your court cost within 1 year. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Good luck to you. The next person I'm addressing is Laverius Foster. Good afternoon, Mr. Foster. Mr.
Good afternoon, Judge.
You're here in case number 2023 MM471AO. I've reviewed this and went over it with the division. Do you have a public defender already or a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I think he has close to 25 days in. If you would like to resolve your case today, it's a time-served offer. You would be convicted and you cannot go back to Walgreens. You'd have to pay your court costs. Otherwise, your bond is $500. Defense counsel, I'll give you a moment to talk to him about a plea.
Your Honor?
Yes.
There's also a cost of investigation of $89.78 to Orlando Police Department.
And I would also order that as required.
You got to sign right there.
Where do I sign that?
Right here. Your Honor, he'd like to enter a plea of no contest and withdraw any previously entered pleas at this time.
All right, Mr. Foster, how do you plead to the crime of petty theft with a prior conviction?
No contest.
And do you understand what no contest means?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney about your case?
Yes, ma'am.
And I see that you signed this. Did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you read it? Did you read it before you signed it?
Yes,
Defense
ma'am.
counsel, I need a signature on
Yes,
here.
Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you were on probation when you committed this crime, by pleading today, your probation would be violated. Do you understand that as well?
Okay.
And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that too?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'll go ahead and accept your plea. Here's your sentence. You're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served, because you were in for about a month and then a few more days. You're not to return to that Walgreens. You owe court costs of $279, your $50 public defender fee, and $89.71 cost of investigation to the Orlando Police Department. This will be all on your paperwork. You have 1 year to make payment. Do not go back to that Walgreens. All right, thank you. You have 30 days to appeal. Oh, one more thing. You are being adjudicated. If you commit a future act of theft, despite the value of the item, you will be charged with the felony, so don't steal anything.
Okay, yes, yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, was the credit time served 29
I
days?
think he is 20,
It'll be a felony.
27, 25-ish.
Yeah.
Thank
all
you.
right.
The next person is Andrew Martinez. Mr. Nape, who's your client? Okay. Write down the case number and I'll work him back in. We're gonna pass it through so everybody can pull up their paperwork. Well, write it down. 2021, I'm sorry, strike that. 2011 MM 12622AO. What's your name, sir?
Andrew Scott Martinez, ma'am.
Mr. Martinez, you're here for a charge of prohibited handbill distribution. You missed your court date, and your bond is $2,000. I'm going to give you a plea offer. If you would like to resolve this case today, I will adjudicate you guilty and sentence you to 5 days. I think you have 2 days in. Actually, I would, if you're willing, I would withhold, but I do want to advise you, if you commit a future act of handbill distribution prohibited by law, there is a $2,000 fine minimum. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want the 5-day jail offer? You'd be released?
I was under the impression that it was a time served offer, ma'am, because the FTA
If I
was.
can explain really quick. Your
Well,
Honor,
I'll do a time served.
the state conveyed
I'll do a
time.
time served.
Thank you so much, Your
And would
Honor.
that be a withholder as well?
No, I'm going to adjudicate.
So it's,
He has a long history.
okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of prohibited handbill distribution by law? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest, ma'am.
And do you understand what no contest means?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody force you to say no contest?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you agree to the terms on that plea form, sign it. For the record, he signed it in open court. Did you read it before you signed it? Or at some point today?
I went over it, Your Honor, yes.
I believe Ms. George went over it with him.
And do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you were on probation at the time you committed this crime, by entering a plea today, your terms of probation will be violated.
I understand, Your Honor.
And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that too?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept your plea of no contest in this charge. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to credit time served. But
Thank you so
again,
much,
this is
Your
an enhanceable offense with a $2,000 fine if you do it again. I'm not imposing that.
Okay.
You do owe court costs and your public defender fees. That's due within 1 year from today.
Can I ask you a question, Your Honor? How old is that FTA, or how old was that charge?
I'm aware that you've been in and out of jail. That it stemmed from 2011. I don't know why you weren't picked up on it, but
Okay.
I'll do the time served, so
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a good day. Thank you.
I think it's, I can't remember. Singleton is next. All right, in case number 2023 MO26780, I'll appoint a public defender if he does not have one already. I'll stay the bond at $1,000 in that case.
Your Honor, there's a credit time served offer. I don't know if he'd be interested in taking it if we're able to roll it to tomorrow.
Is that him?
No, for the case that's not here. I was seeing if we can roll it to tomorrow.
We have a e-duty judge? No.
Understood.
Deny that request. But it's, I don't know what division it is, set it for a hearing.
Understood, Your Honor.
No, she can set it for a plea. All right, Mr. Nape, what's your case number?
This, no.
I'm sorry, strike that. 2023 CF. Are you willing to go forward without your client present? I see the name on that is Jorge Caraseco.
Yeah, he was here earlier today, Your Honor, and let me just go into detail a little bit. He's on another case, 22 CF 242, which we originally pled him for, which gave him a sex offender status. The court vacated that plea, but FDLE never pulled him out of the system. So he's here on a charge of failure to register, where the case 22 CF 242 is still open and active.
Give me just a second to see the affidavit and make sure what's. So he entered a plea on December 7th,
Right, and then
2022.
we vacated it, I think, on the 16th or the 12th.
And what was that case number again?
22 CF 242.
Can you mic up a little bit?
Sorry,
22 CF 24.
242. I believe. I was digging it up yesterday.
44. Corrections, do you have a face sheet? Can I get a new one for him? As an officer of the court, I understand what you're gonna ask. I'm anticipating what you're gonna ask. Do you have this being his only sex crime?
I beg your pardon, Your Honor?
Do you know if this is Mr. Caraseco's only sex offense?
I didn't do a search that way, Your Honor, so give me just a moment. Ah, what is that?
It's been renoticed for trial even, right?
Oh, yeah, what happened was that probation, after he went on probation, he went off of probation, but probation didn't tell FDLE to pull him out of the registry. So FDLE is doing that right now. I've been in contact with them yesterday.
No, but the old case.
The old case is gonna be a plea actually on May 2nd, so it's gonna all be for nothing if Judge Strobridge takes that plea on May 2nd that I have noticed. But
Can you print me up a new sheet so I can hand write down my ruling on it? A new court minute sheet, like one of those? 22, 20, I'm sorry, strike that, 23 CF 4360. Six. What date did they set aside the plea?
I think it was December 16th. It was about a week later after, You can see the court minutes in there from around the December 12th or 16th.
I have 12-9 and 118. Give me a moment, I'll look at both of
It would
them.
have been 12-9.
Thank you for doing that. Okay, I see
Your
it.
Honor, with regard to your previous question, the defendant does have history, but it appears to just be driving offenses.
All right. And you're waiving your client's appearance right now?
Yeah.
In 23 CF 4360, state any objection to me releasing him ROR. And I'll make a specific finding that I've looked at the court minutes in 22 CF 242AO because of the new probable cause, because of, I'll just keep, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, I haven't looked. Can you tell me what those findings are before I agree to an ROR?
Sure. Let me even print, see if, I don't even know if I have a printer up here. What the? In the court order dated December 9th, it says the court grants the defense motion to vacate the plea entered on 12/6/2022 and place the case back on the trial docket, which was,
No objection, Your Honor, since I have already placed on the record that I didn't see any other sex offenses.
all right. In 23 CF 4360, I'm going to address the case again, setting bond at ROR. Finding that on December 6th, the December 6th plea in 2022 CF 242AO was vacated just 3 days later. And defendant has no other sex offenses. All right, wait for your paperwork.
Can I, now that I don't, it didn't look like they had him in on the 242 case. Can we just make sure we take no action on that case? So he's not,
I don't think I took action on it.
right? So I don't want him to get held up on anything because of the new, the old case.
If there
Okay.
is another issue, see Judge Madrigal or Judge Strobridge. But I think I did what I needed to do on the paperwork.
Okay.
All right,
you.
thank you. Have a good weekend, sir.
the paperwork. Thank you.
Willie Flores is next.
God bless you, Your Honor, all of you.
Mr. Flores, you're here.
God bless you.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Flores?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here for 2 charges of disorderly conduct.
Yes, ma'am.
One of them you're out on bond on.
Yes,
If you would
ma'am.
like to resolve these cases,
Yes,
I will
ma'am.
adjudicate time served to run concurrent.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need a lawyer?
No,
How do-
ma'am.
How do you plead to the disorderly
No
conduct
contest,
charge?
Your Honor.
Okay, let's not talk over each other because that'll slow us down.
I'm sorry.
How do you plead to the disorderly conduct offense that occurred on or about April 14th?
No.
Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And how do you plead to the charge of disorderly conduct that occurred yesterday, the 20th?
No contest.
Do you understand what no contest means?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody force you to say no
No, ma'am.
contest? Can you read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you read and sign a plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you were on probation at the time you committed this crime, by entering a plea today, your probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have any criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or
Nope.
anything sexually motivated under the laws of the state, you would be civilly committed. Do you understand that too?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right, I'll find that you waived your right to an attorney. You've entered a plea of no contest to both of these charges. You're being adjudicated guilty, sentenced to credit time served to run concurrent on both of these.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You owe court cost. It's going to be over $500, and it's due no later than April 21st of 2023. You'll be released on these charges today. Thank you, Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a beautiful day.
The next person I'm addressing is Marcasia Madison.
She bonded, Your Honor.
Thank you. The next person I'm addressing is Kiera Peterson. Is she bond as well? Kiera Peterson.
She's not next on our docket. We have Walter, John Walter was after.
Your Honor, with regard to Defendant Welter, the offer from the state is 17 days in Orange County Jail. That is to resolve both this current case and also the out on bond.
Okay. Are you Mr. Walter?
Ma'am.
Mr. Walter, you're here for a disorderly conduct that occurred on or about April 10th, and you're out on bond. And you're also here for disorderly conduct that occurred on or about yesterday. I do find probable cause. I can stay that bond. In the alternative, it was a 50. You said
17.
if you would like to resolve these cases, it's a 17-day offer to run concurrent, and you have credit for 1 day time served as each. Do you need an attorney?
Sorry?
Do you need an attorney to help you with your case? Yes or no?
Yes?
If you want to speak with an attorney right now, say yes. Yes. If you want to speak with me, I'd say yes.
Yes, please.
I'll appoint the public defender. Defense counsel, how does he plea?
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
State, if he doesn't accept the plea, how do you want me to proceed on the out on bond?
Considering it was yesterday, Your Honor, I'd like you to revoke and hold him no bond.
Your Honor, I'm under the impression that he'd like to accept a plea of no contest. He did request if the state was willing to come down to 12 days. However, if they're not, he understands, and I believe he'd like to resolve anyways with the offer as is.
We'll go, the state's offer, I don't think she was joking around. I have no reason to believe so. So I'll go ahead and proceed on the 15-day offer.
Sorry?
17 credit for 2 days.
Okay.
Your Honor, he'd like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of disorderly conduct that occurred on or about April 10th? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
Contest?
And how do you plead to the charge of disorderly conduct that occurred yesterday?
No contest?
Do you understand what no contest means? Do you understand what no contest means?
Giving up my rights?
No contest means you're not admitting or denying the charge. You just believe it's in your best interest to finish your case. Is that what you want to do today?
It's fine.
Did anybody force, threaten, or coerce you to say no contest? Yes or no?
No.
And have you taken any drugs, alcohol, or medicine that's affecting your ability to understand what's going on right now?
No, ma'am.
And did you sign this paper? Defense counsel, I need your signature on these. Do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed this crime, by playing today, your probation would be violated?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by entering a plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have a criminal history of doing anything sexually violent or anything sexually motivated, you would be subject to civil commitment. Do you understand that too?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm accepting your pleas of no contest. You're being adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 15 days in the county jail with any credit for time served. This will run concurrent on both of these cases. You're to pay all your court costs no later than April 21st of 2023. So that's a year You also owe your public defender fee, that's $50 too. Thank you. You have 30 days to appeal. The next person I'm showing is Kiera Peterson, booking number 2023 147553. Did she bond?
No, what's her last name, Peterson?
Peterson.
And what's her first name?
Kiara, Kiara.
Bonded, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The next person is Mac Brooks. Are you Mr. Brooks?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks. You missed your court dates. And you have two charges. One is for resisting officer without violence. The other is for no valid driver's license. If you would like to resolve your cases today, I would adjudicate you as to both. And the resisting officer without violence, I would do a time served offer, and on the no valid driver's license, I would do a 3-day jail offer. Do you need time to speak with, do you need a public defender?
I believe I have one.
You don't have, okay, well,
Your Honor, Ms. George spoke with him in the back. The state did offer an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served. I don't know if, I need to double check if that included both cases.
No.
No.
I wasn't aware of
Okay.
the resisting, no.
of the what?
I only gave the offer on the no valid, Your Honor. I did not see the
Yeah,
resisting.
he's not here. The resisting paperwork came in. When he was arrested, he was ROR'd right away, but he did miss his court date, so. And it would be a 3-day jail after, on the no valid driver's license. His driving record is bad. And it was on a,
She said 3 days. So one offer, adjudication guilt, credit time served. The other one was 3 days credit for time.
oh, it might, oh, let me see how old these are.
Oh, he might already have enough credit, Your Honor.
No,
Oh, sorry.
it might, he was placed,
Trying to listen.
you may not want to do a plea. He may have been on probation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I'll stay the bond and take no further action. It'll be $500. I just can't do the math on that. Yes. The next person I'm
I
addressing,
apologize, Your Honor, I was explaining that. What was the bond set at?
500 on the no valid and on ROR on the resisting.
Thank you. So
The next person is Ricardo Garcia. Thank you. The next person is Donovan Spoor. Are you Mr. Spoor? I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Spoor. You're here for a charge of driving under the influence. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes.
That's a lawyer. Okay, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Your bond is going to be stayed at $1,000. You're not to possess, use, or consume any alcohol or any illegal drugs. They can go ahead and advise you further. Stay in touch with your attorney. Thank you.
this with you?
The next person I'm addressing is Olivia Suna.
Bonded, Judge. She
1,000
bonded,
is
Your
not
Honor.
long as long-
Thank you. The next person I'm addressing is Anthony Velmond. Anthony Velmond. No.
Thank you.
Sir, you were arrested for, because you missed your court dates for charges of leaving the scene of an accident with property damage and no valid driver's license. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, please.
If you don't have one, I'll go ahead and appoint them to represent you. Your bond is stayed. Your total bond is $2,000. There is no offer because there's no factual basis.
Hold on, there's no offer. We don't-
The next person I'm going to address is Kadu Abraham.
with you?
Bonded, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. The next person is Tyrone Abrahams. Mr. Abrahams, do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Yes.
Do you support anybody?
No.
Do you- And how often are you paid?
Say that again?
Do you work?
Yes.
How often are you paid at your job?
Weekly.
And what is your take-home pay after taxes and withholdings?
About 800.
Okay.
8 to 1,000.
Okay. You make too much money to qualify for the services of the public defender. I'm going to give you some terms of release. You're free to try to hire an attorney afterwards. If at your next court date you can't afford an attorney, let the judge know. I find probable cause for the following offenses: fleeing and attempting to elude a police officer with lights and sirens activated, possession of a firearm and commission of a felony, possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver with a weapon, and possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams with a weapon. On count 3, he has no history, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
On count 3, I'm going to stay the bond at $15,000. On the fleeing and attempting to elude, I'll set your bond at $1,000. On count 2, the possession of a firearm and commission of a felony, I'm going to modify that bond to $1,000. And on count 4, the possession of cannabis with a weapon, I'll modify that bond to $5,000. So your new bond total is $22,000. You're not to possess any illegal drugs or have any drug paraphernalia. You're not to possess any weapons, nor are you to have any ammunition. Do you have any questions, sir?
If I wanted to pay the bond, would they be able to, cause I have like my credit card.
If you use a bonds person, you can pay 10%. You'll need to make arrangements with them. I don't make those financial arrangements. All right. Thank you. Look, you know what? Let's set this case for determination of counsel hearing on Tuesday of next week, in case he can't bond. We'll see if he qualifies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. The next case I'm addressing is Eric Baker. Good morning. Are you Mr. Baker?
Good morning. How you doing?
And I'm sorry, it's actually afternoon. Mr. Baker, do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges? I'll go ahead and appoint them. Probable cause has been found for the charges of robbery, sudden snatching, as well as battery. I'll stay your bonds. Your total bond is now $3,000. You're to have no contact with the victim. You're not to possess any weapons. You must maintain a separate residence from the victim. I'll allow a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. So don't go back until you call an officer to escort you. Your attorney can explain all that to you.
Okay, Your Honor, I don't even know who the victim is. And I wasn't even in town. Only thing I know,
Well, it sounds like you have some good defenses if you weren't even in town.
I
The
was not.
alleged victim is Linda. Thank you.
Okay.
Then don't say anything about it.
Say what now?
I was just gonna say you don't.
The next case I'm calling is Megan Barber. Did she bond?
Yeah, okay, but I
John,
still
you have a
want to talk to
booking
you.
number?
I wanna sit-
Sure, it's 23-147-355. Megan Barber.
Bonded.
Next case is Xavier Bryant, bond booking number 2022-24433. Did he bond?
What's his last name, Judge? Because I wasn't Booker.
Bryant, Xavier Bryant.
Let's see. Bonded.
All right, thank you. The next person I'm addressing is Ryan Coe. All right, I'll appoint the services of the public defender to assist him in the cases where he doesn't have one. Are you waiving his appearance?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll waive his appearance.
All right, I find probable cause for the new charges in case number 2023 CT 26828, driving under the influence, stay the bond at $500. I find probable cause for possession of crystal meth and fentanyl, stay those bonds totaling $1,150. That's CF ending in 5150. Additionally, he is a pending charge, case number 2023 MM6AE. I'm going to revoke his release, set him at no bond on that matter. And any modifications can be heard in front of Judge Duckworth. Thank you. The next case I'm addressing is Milzer. Sorry for mispronouncing that. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case? That's a lawyer. Do you need one?
Usually I have my own private.
Okay. So you don't have a lawyer for the new charges, but you are entitled to monetary bond. Would you like me to proceed? Because Mr. Brown is not here. All right, in case number 2023 CF 5112AO, I find probable cause for possession of MDMA ecstasy, loitering and prowling, carrying a concealed weapon, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm going to stay all those bonds. Your total bond is $1,300. You're not to possess any weapons, nor are you to have any illegal drugs or drug paraphernalia. In case number 2023 CF 2672AO, you previously had a no action, so this time I'm revoking your release and holding you at no bond. In case number 2022 CF 13487, you have an upcoming court date, so I'm revoking your release on the trafficking charge and holding you at no bond. Thank you, sir. Let Mr. Brown know that you're in jail. So you're at no bond, plus monetary. The next case I'm addressing is Devorian Ellis. Ellis? Good afternoon, sir. You're here in case number 2023 CF 5173. You were arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause. Do you need a public defender to help you with your charges?
Yes.
All right, on count one, I'll go ahead and stay these bonds. Your total bond is $1,500. Good luck to you, sir. The next case I'm addressing is what?
You requested ROR, Your Honor.
Deny that request based on your criminal history and the numbers of times you failed to appear. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The case number that's next is 2023 CF 5138. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Fernandez? What's your name?
Hart.
Sorry for the confusion. Sir, you're here in case number 2022 CF 1211AO. Do you already have a public defender or a lawyer?
No.
What?
No.
Do you need one?
No.
What?
No.
Do you understand that you're going to be held at no bond? Are you sure you don't need an attorney to help you with your case?
I'll take an attorney.
This is Harp, Demand Harp, 2022 CF 12211AO. You'll need to fill out an Okay, you do have an attorney. It's Sergio Cruz. He's a conflict attorney. You'll remain held at no bond. You can contact your attorney and he'll get notice that you're in jail. Good luck to you, sir. The next person I'm addressing is Luis Fernandez, booking number 2023 CF 147083. Is he bond?
What's the last name?
Fernandez with an F, 23147083.
You have a first name, Judge?
First name is Luis. I haven't called it yet.
I don't have that name shown up, Your Honor. Do you have the booking number? It should be a 230100.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gave you the agency number. I'm 2301-0061.
Bonded, Judge.
All right, thank you. This one bonded, I'll put a B on it. The next case is Gregory Harris. Are you Mr. Harris?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. You're here for felony case number 2022 CF1230. It's a case from last year for possession of methamphetamine. Do you already have a lawyer?
Yes, I had already got time served and credit time served for that.
No, that's what they were going to do, but you missed your court date, so now you're being held at no bond.
But
The public defender's office will let that trial attorney know that.
excuse me.
And Your
that you're
Honor,
here.
I believe the Public Defender's Office was already appointed, but just in case if they can be appointed.
The reason-
You're already appointed.
Can I say something, please?
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Can I say something for a second?
You can, but all of your statements are being recorded and can be used against
Yes,
you,
I
and I will put
understand.
some.
The reason why I couldn't make that case because it was the fact that I was in Kissimmee at that time and my case was in Orange County.
Well, if you were in jail, that meant you may, the inference is that you've done something to keep you in jail, so you caused your failure to appear. Thank you, sir, for your information.
You'll have to contact your attorney and they can get you in front of your actual judge to discuss it more. She's not going to change anything today. Good luck.
The next person is Eric Hernandez, booking number 23009985. Did he bond?
Oh, no, Eric Hernandez.
Eric Hernandez Zinares? Oh, okay. I need a face sheet for him. Mr. Hernandez Zinares, do you need a public defender, a lawyer to help you with your criminal charge?
Oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Your
he
Honor, I don't
bonded.
have this on my
Posted his
docket.
bond,
Should have.
But he has an ICE hold.
All right.
Bond's been posted, but he
So
only
you
has.
posted a bond for the battery charge, but because of your immigration status, you may be held, which gives immigration time to determine how they're going to proceed from an immigration standpoint, not from a criminal standpoint. Thank you, sir. The next person is Michael Hicks. He bonded.
You can take.
There's paperwork, just say, put down, I don't
think you got the
yes,
paperwork Yeah, you.
The next person is Michael Hicks. Are you Mr. Hicks? 2022 CF 12159. Sir, you're here for a new charge of failure to report as a sex offender, which was alleged to have occurred on or about October 14th of 2022. Your bond in that case is $1,000. You also have to report within 1 business day of your release and comply with all sex offender reporting requirements. However, you also have 2 other cases. In 2022 CF 351480, you missed your court date for failure to report as a sex offender, 3 counts, so you'll be held at no bond. Similarly, in case number 2023 CF 10387, you have a failure to report, you missed your court date, so you're also being held at no bond. Do you want a public defender for all your cases if you don't have one already?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll appoint one on the new, thank you. The next case I'm addressing is Shaki Irby. All right, in the Irby case, I'm going to appoint the services of the public defender. Are you waiving?
I apologize, Your Honor, and this was, which case?
Shaquille Irby with an I, 23 CF 5125.
Irby, I see. Yes, Your Honor, we'll waive.
All right, on count 1, it's going to be modified to meet, no, I'm sorry, strike that. On count 1, I'll modify that to $150. On count 2, I'm going to increase that to follow the bond schedule at $3,500. On count 3, modify to 100, and count 4, modify at 100. The new total bond is $3,850. No contact with the victim. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case I'm addressing is Tyler Johnson. Are you Tyler Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your patience. Sir, you're here. Do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. I find probable cause for aggravated assault with a firearm, reckless display of a firearm, open carry of weapons or a firearm, and carrying a concealed weapon. Based on the facts of this case and State, do you want to be heard as to count 1 bond?
No, Your Honor, he is entitled to a bond.
Defense, do you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment, and we agree with the state that he is entitled to a bond.
I'm going to give him a bond.
Okay. Your Honor, we would just be asking that a reasonable bond be set in place, as he is entitled to a bond.
All right, on count 1, I'm going to set his bond at $8,000. On count 2, I'm going to stay, counts 2, 3, and 4, I'll stay the bonds as listed. You're to have no contact with the victim. You're not to possess any weapons. Because of the nature of this offense, you must maintain a separate residence. You can't go back to where the victim lives. I'll do a one-time return, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer at that time. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a landlord-tenant relationship, so. And no contact with any victims, witnesses. The next person is Christopher Jones. Mr. Jones, I'm going to only talk about the Orange County Court cases, but I do believe there is a case out of Sumter County that may hold you even if you post bond. Mr. Jones, do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Probable cause has been found for the offenses that were alleged to have occurred on or about March 9th. Aggravated assault firearm. I'm going to set that bond at $8,000. Count 2, attempted aggravated battery. Stayed the bond at $2,500. Count 3, shooting or throwing a missile into a vehicle. Stayed the bond. On count 4, discharging a firearm in public, stay the bond, and criminal mischief, I'll stay the bond at $100. You're not to possess any weapons or ammunition, and you're to have no contact with any victims or witnesses. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next case I'm addressing is Edward James Mander. Good afternoon, are you Mr. Mander?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mander, you're here for a charge of failure to report as a sex offender. Do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
You are entitled to a monetary bond. I find probable cause. I'll set the bond at $2,000. You have 1 business day to comply with all sex offender reporting requirements. Good luck to you, sir.
Can I ask one question, ma'am? It's saying that I failed to report my address, and the address I failed at the report is the same address I live at.
Sir, do you understand that you are making admissions? So you may not want to say anything else and ask any questions of your attorney when you're away from a microphone in a conference. The next person I'm addressing is Ty Alexander Mells. New current for day. Your name, please?
Ty Mills.
2023 CF 10800. Do you need a public defender to help you in any of your cases where you don't have a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
He has a second case, doesn't he? In case ending in 1080, you were on pretrial release. It's alleged that you were arrested for a new charge of possession of MDMA. So in that case, your bond is set at none. Do I need to do anything on?
This add-on, Judge.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
So I don't know how long, but you're going to contact your.
I had a
the
case
public-
of Juan Martinez, 23 CF 5142. Did he bond? Thank you.
And Your Honor, for Mr. Mills, I just want to check, the public defender was appointed?
Yes.
Okay, so you're no bond on that one? It's a violation of your pretrial release condition?
All right,
Contact
the
your
next
attorney and
case
help get a bond,
is
okay?
Jonathan Neves Pagan.
And Your Honor, there is a PC argument on this
Where
one.
is he?
I believe you brought it up. Oh,
All right. Do you want me to appoint the public defender?
yes, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender. We'll reset this case to tomorrow or within 24 hours of his medical clearance. Yeah, I'm going to do the reset. I find no probable cause, so I want it called up tomorrow. I'll stay the bond.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
can you tell me why you found no PC, please?
Occupied conveyance, a house is in a conveyance. She walked into the living room. I mean, it's actually more, conveyance is not a living room.
Okay. Is it the same statute, Your Honor? And the reason I'm asking is, can I argue that it is a scrivener's error if it is the same?
Defense, are you going to agree to that?
No, Your Honor, and we also,
You understand that conveyance probably has a lower bond than an occupied dwelling?
Your Honor, our issue is that we're arguing essentially that, again, it was not a burglary because there was no intent to commit a crime
On
therein.
that ground, I'll go ahead and roll it till tomorrow.
Your Honor.
And state, if you need to move to amend it and get that higher bond, you do what you need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Simone Pierre. What's your name?
Simeone Pierre.
Sorry, I mispronounced that, sir. Your case number is 2023 CF5123. Sir, do you need a public defender to help you with your charges?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and put on record that I'm staying on the bonds pending PC. I understand that the state has furnished some statements, but they're not affidavits. On count 1, no PC. On count 2, no PC. On the trespass, I find PC, and that's count 3. On count 4, I find PC. And on the criminal mischief, no PC. The Public Defender's Office will assist you and explain what all of that means. Yes, reset to tomorrow. Charlie Luis Ramirez is next. Ramirez bonded? Thank you. The next case I'm addressing is Dominic Ross. He bond? All right, thank you. After that, I have Carlos Shade. Good afternoon, are you Mr. Shade? You have 2 new cases. Do you need a public defender to help you with those new cases? In case number, I'll appoint them. In case 23 CF 5145, you were arrested for possession of cannabis and possession of cocaine. I do find probable cause in that matter. I'm going to stay the bond. Your total bond in that is $1,500. However, you're already out on bond in 2022 CF 11316 and 2022 CF 13940. You do have trial next week in front of Judge Madrigal and a hearing coming up in front of Judge Harris. So I'm going to revoke your release and hold you at no bond on both of those cases. The next case I'm going to address is Daniel Stevens. Mr. Stevens' case number is 2023 CF 367080. Are you Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Mr. Stevens, you were arrested. Do you need a public defender to help you with your criminal charges? Thank you, sir. He'll be around in custody for office conferences. Mr. Stevens, sorry for the wait. Do you need a public defender to help you with your MDMA charge?
Yes.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. Probable cause has been found, possession of MDMA, which was alleged to have occurred on or about March 20th. Based on your criminal history, I'll stay the bond. Your bond is $1,000. After that, I have Patrick Tukes, case number 2023 CF 1036A. Are you Mr. Tukes? Hi, Mr. Tukes. Mr. Tukes, you're here for felony charges. Do you need a public defender to help you with your case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint them. Sir, based on the facts of this case and the crimes you were arrested for, I do find probable cause and you are entitled to a bond. On count 1, discharging a firearm in public, I'll stay the bond at $2,500. In count 2, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, you are entitled to a bond. That bond is going to be $7,500. For the count of criminal mischief, I'll modify that bond to $150. And count 4, throwing or shooting into an occupied structure or dwelling, I'll stay that bond at $2,500. Sir, I am also going to give you some conditions. You're to have no contact with the victims or any witnesses. You're not to possess any weapons or any ammunition, and you're not to return to the scene of the crime. Thank you, Mr. Tukes. All right, is there anything else that's outstanding?
Your Honor, I missed one of the bonds. I apologize. 2,500, 7,500, 2,500, and what was the other one?
On count 2, that was set at 7,500. On count 3, I reduced it, I believe, to 100 or 150. And count 4, 150. And on count 4, I stayed it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I'll deny that request. Thank you, sir. Anything else from corrections or probation? Nothing? State, defense, anything else?
Nothing from the state.
Madam Trial Clerk, anything else?
There's a few I missed. I just want to check with you.
All right, anything, state, defense, anything?
Nothing from
All right,
state.
court's adjourned. Have a good weekend.